proceed then at this point?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Judge.
All right, then we can bring in the remaining jurors. And now, so we don't need the two seats in front. So we move those chairs.
Your 97 is in the top right through your 7 here.
Okay.
And then your bottom row is this. And then these were the first 2 up front. So I'll just move these to those 2 and I'll put these last 2 in the front.
That's
Is
fine.
that okay?
Yes, sir. Let's get the chair moved and then we'll bring them in. You want a copy of his list?
Yes, I can chart.
Yeah. He's going to move just the 2, but once he gets that in, he'll give it to me.
Jurors entering.
You all can be seated. We're standing for you. All right, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. By a show of hands on the jury, was there anyone, or jury panel, was there anyone who was not able to adhere to the court's instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discuss anything about this case with anyone? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. I will at this point have the jury clerk come down and swear you in.
Please stand.
And raise your right hands.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant, Wade Wilson, and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence?
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right then. So are we ready? Is the state ready to proceed to trial today?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
And is the defense ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as a jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Wade S. Wilson. This is a criminal case. Wade S. Wilson is charged with count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, grand theft of a motor vehicle, count 3, battery, count 4, first-degree murder, count 5, burglary of a dwelling, and count 6, first-degree petty theft. The definition of the charges will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Wade S. Wilson in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. Likewise, the parties have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. It is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Note-taking by jurors. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and a pen to use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you've completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. With that, state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And the defense is ready to proceed with opening statements?
Yes, Judge.
All right. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Christine Melton was 35 years old when she died. She was found in her South Cape Coral residence, wrapped in some bedding, tied with some shirts and leggings and a bathing suit top. Her face was black and blue. Her fingernails were broken. She had marks around her neck as she lied on the floor between her bedroom and the kitchen area of her residence. Diane Ruiz was 43 years old. She was found on an empty lot under some shrubs, under a tree, just lying there. Her nose had been broken. Her hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage had been broken. She had suffered multiple rib fractures, not only front, but also in the back. Now, what you're going to learn during the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, is that Ms. Ruiz and Ms. Melton had three things in common. Both of them died on the 7th of October of 2019. Both of them had been strangled. And both of them, before they were forever silenced, the last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson. Now, the investigation into their deaths begins a little bit later on the 7th of October of 2019, midday. It begins with a 911 call from a gentleman by the name of Joshua Lukic. Joshua Lukic ran a business known as Mateo's Graphics. He describes his contact with Mr. Wilson. When he sees him, Mr. Wilson, the only thing he had on was a pair of pants. No shoes, no shirt, blood on him, and he wanted help. He was frantically looking to get out of town because he told them that he'd killed some people. He wanted Mr. Lukic's help. Well, Mr. Lukic does make that 911 call. Kind of spooked him a little bit. Cape Coral Police Department arrives on scene. They search the building. They search the exterior of the buildings. Mr. Wilson had since fled. They come across a black Nissan Versa, which is the car that Mr. Lukic says that Mr. Wilson arrived in. They look inside. They see bloodstains. They're scared. For concern of the well-being of another, they go ahead and break into that car for fear that the person whose car that is actually in the trunk of that car. They search, no one's there. They do a records check. They find out that this car belongs to a young lady by the name of Christine Melton. They also find out what her phone number is. They find out where she works. They find out where she lives. They go to these locations. She is nowhere to be found at that point in time. They contact her emergency contact that she has, a young lady by Samantha. Samantha directs law enforcement to another young lady, Christine Melton's best friend, Stephanie Johnson. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where it all begins. Stephanie Johnson was Christine Melton's best friend. They've known each other for years. They came down here from Illinois. The night before, the 7th of October of 2019, Miss Johnson and Miss Melton had decided to go out that night. They were going to go to a place called The Buddha, which is in Fort Myers. It's a live music venue. It's a bar. They left around 10 o'clock that night. They get there. They're drinking. They're socializing. They meet Mr. Wilson and another young gentleman by the name of Mr. Jason Shepard. Except Mr. Wilson was introducing himself as JR that night. So what winds up happening is Mr. Wilson proceeds to socialize with Miss Melton. And as the night winds down, bar begins to close. Their socialization didn't end there. So Mr. Shepard, Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all decide to get into a car and go to Mr. Shepard's residence on Sunbury Drive. When they get there, they all go inside. Mr. Shepard's mom's there. She's not exactly excited that, Mr. Shepard's bringing people home. It's late. Nonetheless, they go back towards Mr. Shepard's back bedroom, which leads out to a backyard. And Miss Melton and Mr. Wilson become intimately acquainted. Miss Shepard, or Mr. Shepard, and Miss Johnson go out back. They're just talking, hanging out, whatever, while Mr. Wilson and Miss Melton are getting along. There comes a point in time when they're then asked to leave. There's too much noise going on. It's getting late. Mr. Shepard's got to get up that morning. So what they opt to do is they try to get back into that car, which is a Dodge Hellcat. And it's also a stick shift. Mr. Wilson tries to get in. Can't drive that car. It's making a lot of noise. Keeps revving the engine. Can't get it in reverse. Can't get it to drive. They opt to call an Uber. And Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all go back to Miss Melton's residence on Tudor Drive in Cape Coral. A little bit later on in the morning, Miss Johnson has to get to work. She's got a kid that she needs to get to school. So she leaves and asks Miss Melton, "Are you okay?" Yeah, there's no warning signs, no red flags, no nothing. So Miss Johnson leaves. Miss Melton is left alone. Mr. Wilson. You know how that morning ended. Miss Melton, once again, had broken fingernails, face was black and blue. She had marks around her neck. She had been strangled. He then proceeds to wrap her up in some bedding, ties the bedding, ties it with her shirts, her jeans, her leggings, her bathing suit top. He tries to pull her out of the bedroom. Except at this point in time, the sun's beginning to come up. It's getting light outside. She's heavy. He wants to get rid of the body. He thinks the better of it, and then decides he's going to leave her there. He gets her keys to the black Nissan Versa. But before he leaves, he gets Miss Melton's iPhone. Proceeds to hold it up to Miss Melton's face, so that way it has a face recognition ID. So that way he can utilize the phone. He leaves Miss Melton's car. He leaves with that phone. He proceeds to call the girlfriend that he'd gone to the Buddha with earlier that night and wanting to know where she was. He repeatedly calls. She tells him to meet her at her spa, which is located right on First Street. Her name is Miss Melissa Montanez. He arrives at Miss Montez's business called Nia Spa in that black Nissan Versa. When he arrives, he makes contact with Miss Montanez. It's not nice. He's trying to pull Miss Montanez into the car. Miss Montanez tries to fight him off. He gets out. That car rolls back. It's another car. Physical altercation takes place between him and Miss Montanez. Miss Montanez isn't anything but 5'2", weighs barely 100+ pounds soaking wet. She's trying everything she can to fend him off. Comes a point in time when he punches her in the face. Blood flies everywhere. There's also a point in time when he holds her up against the wall. His hand, she can't move. People see this. People in the next building that she shares this business with see this. One of the ladies was bold enough to come out and confront him. Ms. Montanez was able to get away. He thinks the better of it. He then proceeds to get back in that black Nissan Versa and leave. While that's ongoing, law enforcement is called. Fort Myers Police Department arrives. They conduct an investigation on the battery and assault that happened in front of Mia's spa. Meanwhile, Mr. Wilson decides he's going to go to Cape Coral. Goes over the bridge, heads over into one of the neighborhoods near Hector Cafferata Elementary School. Who does he encounter? Diana Ruiz. Diana Ruiz works at the Moose Lodge. She was a bartender there. She didn't live very far away from that particular location, so she always opted and chose to walk to work. She was wearing a light blue shirt, jeans, black shoes. She also had a very colorful purse she was carrying. Mr. Wilson, in his black Nissan Versa, comes across Miss Ruiz. Now, we don't know exactly how Miss Ruiz ultimately wound up getting into that particular car, but if you believe how Mr. Wilson tells it, she got in willingly. But remember, Miss Ruiz had a broken nasal bone. She had multiple fractures of ribs, and she had broken thyroid and neck cartilage injuries to her. We know that Ms. Ruiz lost her purse because it was ultimately found and turned into that elementary school. We know that Ms. Ruiz was actually in that vehicle because of the blood stains that were found in that vehicle. Because we know that DNA forensics that was conducted on that blood stain came back to Ms. Ruiz. What we learn is that we know that Ms. Ruiz was in that car. And what we know also, and that you'll learn, is that she was then taken to an area off of Northeast 4th Avenue, whereby her body was dumped. And there was a neighbor that just happened to live directly behind where her body was dumped. Didn't think anything of it that morning because he was having breakfast with his wife, and sees a car going backwards and forwards, and then ultimately winds up leaving that location. It wasn't until the next day when he sees crime scene tape all over the place and he realizes, oh, that was the one in the same car. What we know is that Ms. Ruiz had been strangled. And what we also know is that she died as a result of blunt force trauma, because of the multiple rib fractures. And if you want to believe what Mr. Wilson told law enforcement, was that he had driven over her repeatedly and tried to make her look like spaghetti. You'll learn from the medical examiner's office testimony that when one drives over a body repeatedly, rib fractures are likely to occur. Multiple rib fractures are likely to occur. Now, Ms. Ruiz's body wasn't found until a couple days later. But what we know is that when she was missing, there was a frantic search for her that was being conducted. Okay. And after that search was being conducted, Ms. Melton, her search was being conducted right around the same time. Mr. Wilson leaves Ms. Ruiz on that empty lot, underneath those shrubs, underneath that tree. It's back in that Nissan Versa. He leaves. He goes back across the bridge, and he goes to a place called Joe's Crab Shack, which conveniently enough is just right across the street from Mia's spa. Law enforcement gets there. And the reason why it goes to Joe's Crab Shack is because he and Melissa Montanez were communicating. She was trying to get him to a particular location so that way law enforcement could make an arrest. So when he arrives at Joe's Crab Shack, you're also going to learn that law enforcement gets in contact with him there. He plays dumb. He has absolutely no idea as to why he's being asked about any type of battery. He doesn't know why about anything. But what he does do is he does manage to get away from the officer who had tried to go ahead and block him in. He wasn't snaking around. He gets back into stays in his car, and then he backs out and leaves Joe's Crab Shack's parking lot. You all know where he headed there. He heads to Mateo's Graphics. He needs to get out of town. So now we're back to where we began. At Mateo's Graphics, when he leaves, before law enforcement gets there to search that building, he proceeds to go off into a neighborhood behind Mateo's Graphics. He goes to a place Northeast First Avenue, which is actually the residence of a young couple by the name of Fanny Amlin. And the Amlins, conveniently enough, had just left their house the day before to go to Ohio. It was empty. He'd broken in through the back, helped himself to some food, helped himself to some clothes, helped himself to some drink. While he was there, he needed help. He calls his dad. I need to get out of town. I need your help. Send me an Uber. While that was happening, law enforcement is conducting an investigation. They knew who he was. They were researching, trying to figure out who his next point of contact would be. They'd already reached out to his dad. They needed to know where his whereabouts are. Dad tells them, he's conflicted. It's his son, right? But he starts describing what he had done. He describes it in such a way or he's bragging. He wants his dad to feel that excitement. He made his dad sick. His dad gets the address, tells him, yeah, I'm going to send you an Uber, passes that information along to the marshals. Marshals descend on that particular location. Mr. Kent Amlin and Miss Fanny Amlin are contacted and asked, hey, is this guy supposed to be in your residence? They're like, absolutely not. You give us permission to go in? Absolutely. His dad is encouraging Mr. Wilson to come outside. He finally does, subsequently arrested. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, you're going to hear from various witnesses. You're going to hear what they saw and what they heard. You're going to hear about the investigation that ensued. You're going to hear about the autopsies. You're going to hear about the crime scenes. You're going to hear about all of the admissions that he made, not only to Mr. Lukic, not only to Ms. Montanez, not only to his father. You're going to hear what he told law enforcement. And you're going to hear that when they asked him why he killed Miss Melton, he said, I just wanted to do it. And then they asked him, well, what about Mr. Reese? His response was, F it. You kill her. I got one down. You're also going to have DNA analysis for you. You're going to find that those shirts, those leggings, a curtain rod, all the ties. DNA comes back to Miss Melton, of course. Also comes back to Mr. Wilson. That blood stain in the car, that's Mr. Ruiz. You're also going to find that there were two phones in that car. Guess who those were? Miss Melton's. Second one, Mr. Ruiz. You're going to have phone records. Those phone records are going to show you that Mr. Ruiz's number and Miss Melton's number were also on Miss Montanez's number in her phone records. You're going to hear the confession from Mr. Wilson about the method of the killing, ladies and gentlemen. And you're also going to hear his admission to the actual killing itself. You're going to have photos. You're going to have videos. You're going to have exhibits to examine. When you take all of that and you put it together, the state wants you to return the only verdict that the evidence is going to support, and that is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder for the strangulation and killing of Miss Melton, guilty of grand theft of a motor vehicle for taking Miss Melton's black Nissan Versa, guilty for battery on Miss Melissa Montanez, guilty on first-degree murder of Miss Diana Ruiz for strangling, killing her, and running her over with that car. Asking you to also find him guilty of burglary of a dwelling, of breaking into Mr. Kent and Miss Fanny Amlin's residence, and Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to return a guilty verdict for petty theft, for helping himself to the food, the drink, and the clothing inside of that residence.
The defense is going to reserve, Judge.
Okay. Very well. State, we call their first witness.
State would call Mr. Joshua Lukic, Your Honor.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. All right, you take the stand. Please watch yourself.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Joshua Luckish.
And Mr. Lukic, what do you do for a living, sir?
I own a screen printing and T-shirt and sign company,
And what is the name of that screen printing and sign company?
Mateo Graphics.
And where is that business particularly located?
Hancock Bridge Parkway.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes.
How do you know him?
An acquaintance through a friend of mine who had a business down in Conkey.
I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
It was a normal business day. I was just dealing with clients that morning.
And so were you at your business at that time?
Yes.
Would that be at 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway?
Yes.
Did there come an occasion when you came into contact with Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Would you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that came about?
Wade came in a black car. He backed up to one of the buildings on the property there, and he came up to my truck, my vehicle, when I was on the property, and I was with a client at that time, so I told him to give me a moment, and I'll be right with him. And once I went into the building, he was there trying to get a plane ticket or a bus ticket or whatever he could from me to leave town.
Now, when you saw Mr. Wilson, could you please describe for us what he was wearing at that time?
He was wearing sweatpants only, no shoes, no shirt. He was bloody, and he was missing a couple of teeth.
Could you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury but what his demeanor was?
His demeanor was frantic, in a rush to leave as quickly as he could, because he had just done something horrific and killed people.
When he was speaking to you and asking you for your assistance, did that give you any cause for concern?
Not right away. And once I took a look at him again, started to believe what he was saying.
And what exactly was he saying to you?
He said he killed people and he rolled up someone in a carpet or bedding or whatever it was, and that he also needed to get out of town. He needed a plane ticket and a bus ticket or anything he could.
So was he frantically asking you for assistance?
Yes.
Was he pacing back and forth inside of your business?
Inside of the building, yes. Yes.
And were you inside that business at the same time that
Yes.
he was? Were you two the only two people in that building
Yes.
at the time? When he was asking you for your assistance to leave, to get that plane ticket, how were you responding to him?
I responded to him by telling him that a friend of mine called and said that he was beating up Mila in the parking lot that morning. And I confronted him on that. I said, if that's all that it is, you're okay if you guys just got into a fight. But then he continued to talk crazy as far as, no, you don't understand. I killed people. And once it kind of set in, I threw a cigarette at him. I said, why don't you smoke a cigarette? I'll be right back.
Now, at that time, were you frightened?
Yeah.
And you were scared?
Yes.
Were you unsure of Mr. Wilson's intentions at that point towards you?
No.
What did you do at that point in time when you threw him a cigarette and told him to relax?
I told him that I needed to go pick up an employee of mine at a job down the road, and I would be back.
Was that just an excuse to separate yourself from Mr. Wilson that morning?
Yes.
Is your business also equipped with video
Yes.
camera surveillance?
Yes.
Now, what did you do after you left Mr. Wilson's company and went outside?
I drove to my other building, which is adjacent to 2309, 160 Hunter Boulevard. It has a big concrete wall around it. And I called the police at that time when I was at the other building and let them know that everything that he just came in and said.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked as states exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Permission to approach, Judge.
You may.
I'm handing some previously marked as states exhibit number 2. Ask you to take a look at that item and see if you recognize that.
Yes,
How do you recognize that?
this is my business.
Is that photograph fairly and accurately depict your business back on 7th of October 2019?
Yes, it does.
State would move states exhibit number 2 in evidence, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
Thank you. So this photograph would be taken from the road there on Hancock Bridge Parkway, and then your buildings is in the back. Is that correct?
Yes, there's two buildings. There's one on the left side, and then there's another one behind the water tower. So there's two buildings on that site, and he came to the building number 2 behind the water tower.
Now, you indicated that you'd contacted 911, is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect on showing defense counsel Tracy Mark, case exhibit number 1. Here's your approach, Judge.
You may.
So look at John Hanny was and marked as state's exhibit number 1. I asked you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is what I signed off on the 911 call.
And does that 911 call fairly and accurately depict your conversation with the 911 operator on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, it does.
Judge State will move state's exhibit number 1 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
What is your emergency?
I have a very unstable man that's, I guess, wanted at my office, 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway. He's got tattoos, he's shirtless, he's very skilled people, and he just hurt a girl, 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway. Okay.
Okay. What is the phone number you're calling from?
239-313-8164.
Okay, what is your name?
Josh.
You know,
L-U-K-I-T-S-T-H.
okay, tell me exactly what happened.
The gentleman's name is Wade something. I have no idea. I went back to my office, my place of business there, and he was there. He was just a cordial friend of a friend associate. He just did something bad, I guess. He was running from somebody, but I need to get him out of my place. And he's saying he's done all these crazy things to somebody and has a stolen car there. It's very odd. Very, very odd.
All right, one moment while I put this information.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, one moment, sir.
Okay, there was an incident that happened at Legacy or at, across the street downtown at Legacy Harbor this morning
Okay, all right, one moment.
at a place called Mueller Spa.
Okay, I have a call for dispatch. I just have 2 additional questions as well to leave the time response. Give me one moment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, were weapons involved or mentioned?
Yeah, he said he stabbed somebody, I guess.
Do you know what kind, can you describe the weapon to me?
I have no idea what that. He was in my shop. I just left. I'm right around the block. I don't feel safe with this guy there. He won't leave. Driving a little black Nissan car. There's a business right next to it called Wanted Dead or Alive Towing.
Hispanic?
His wife is about 6'2". He has tattoos, left arm, full sleeve tattoos on his chest. He's not wearing a shirt right now.
Not wearing a shirt?
Not wearing a shirt right now.
What color pants?
I think he was wearing jeans.
How old is he? About how old is he?
I would say 25, 26.
And you said his name was Wade?
Wade, yeah, I don't know his last name, but I know his name's Wade.
How did he arrive?
In a black car, in a black little four-door car, Nissan car. He was already there as I pulled into my property, so it was a surprisingly schedule.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
I'm sure everybody is around here right now.
Okay, do not approach the
I
person.
think I saw it. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay, go ahead.
If you want, I'm at 160 Hunter Boulevard, which is my other property right behind the one I just gave you, the address. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. So if you want a copy from or something like that. Well, if they're already there or whatever, I can't see over the wall.
Okay, one moment. Okay, do not approach the person, do not disturb anything at the scene, an officer will be dispatched as soon as possible. Do you want an officer to contact you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, call us back immediately if anything changes, if you have any further information, or as you leave.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, thank you. Bye.
And Mr. Luckett, you also indicated that your business has video surveillance. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Exhibit number 3. Commissioner approach.
You may.
Tom Henny was increased in market states exhibit number 3. As you take a look at that item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the video footage I signed off on.
Okay, does that video footage fairly and accurately depict the video of Mr. Wilson arriving at your place of business on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, it does.
At this time, Judge, the state moves states exhibit number 3 in evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So, Mr. Luckett, when you had made that 911 call, you indicated that you went to a property behind the Mateos Graphic. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where did you go after you made that 911 call?
I stayed at 160 Hunter Boulevard until the officers called me back over to 2309 Hancock because they could not find him in the building. So I walked through the building with them to kind of show them some nooks and crannies that he could have been. And from there on throughout the day into the later hours, I was at Hancock with the officers.
And Mr. Wilson was nowhere to be found. Is that correct?
No.
Did you know where he went?
No.
Do you see Mr. Wilson here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there in the blue jacket.
Judge, let the record reflect Mr. Luckett is identified, Mr. Wilson.
Okay.
And did everything you testified to occur here in Lee County, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Luckett, we saw the video. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. We saw the video of him getting out of a car. He went in through a door. Is that the entrance to your business?
To that building business, yeah.
Or are there multiple?
There's multiple entrances, yeah.
You described him as, let me ask you something. How well did you know Mr. Wilson?
I didn't know him very well. He was an employee at a friend of mine, marina in Conch Key, and
Down in the Keys.
down in the Keys, and I've only met him maybe a handful of times before that.
Let me ask you, if you were acquaintances, why would he go to you to get money for a ticket or a plane?
I have no idea.
You said that there were just the two of you. Wasn't there a third employee in the building?
No.
You said he was frantic. Could you describe that more?
He was pacing around,
Kind of manic?
getting back and forth in close to my person, and needing a ticket, any kind of ticket, bus ticket, money, or anything. And I told him I couldn't help him.
And did he lash out at you when you said you couldn't help him?
No.
You said he was talking crazy. What did you mean?
Crazy as far as, no, you don't understand, Josh. I killed people last night.
Did he say he stabbed those people?
I don't recall.
Did he ever work for you?
No.
During the 911 call, there was no mention of him being covered in blood. Did you leave that out?
I don't remember
But the 911 call would be the best.
to refer.
Right.
Sure.
Okay. I have a moment, Judge.
You may.
Goes with either of those videos.
I wouldn't, I don't know if the audio is with it, no.
This is your video system, security system, right?
Right.
You don't know if it records sound?
No, I don't.
How long have you been in that location?
That video system was actually taken from a tenant's video system, wanted dead or alive, on my property.
I'm sorry, explain that again?
The tenant
Yeah.
from the building that we were renting to, it was wanted dead or alive. It was in the 911 call.
All right. That was the towing company.
Right.
Did Mr. Wilson live at your condominium?
No, he did not live there.
Did he visit there?
He has maybe been there once or twice before that.
And what, he stayed maybe a week or 2 weeks or?
Not at my property, no.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Judge.
Mr. Luckich, when you described Mr. Wilson talking crazy, was that because of what he was telling you or how he was telling it to you?
It's pretty crazy what he was telling me.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
No,
All right.
no recross.
You may step down, sir.
We're going to ask that he be excused.
No objection.
All right, he's excused. May I call your next witness?
Yes, Judge. State would call Officer Chris Anzalone.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen jury by telling them your name?
Officer Christopher Anzalone,
Sir, where do you work?
Cape Coral Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
6 years.
And in what capacity, sir?
I'm currently a school resource officer.
Now, were you a school resource officer back on the 7th of October of 2019?
I was not. I was on road patrol in Zone 1.
And what does that mean?
That's just a little precinct that I had worked in at the time, which
And
is
what,
where the incident occurred.
okay. And which incident are you referring to, sir?
I'm Mateo Graphic at 2309 Hancock.
And did you have an occasion to go to Mateo Graphics there at 2309 Hancock Ridge Parkway?
Yes, I did.
What was the reason for you to go to that location?
I was the primary officer and I responded after Josh had called 911. I went there to make contact with Josh.
And did you ultimately make contact with Mr. Luckich on that day and time?
Yes, I did.
And what happened when you made contact with him?
I spoke to Josh. He told me that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
After you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Luckich, what did you do in response to the information that you received from Mr. Luckich?
I went to the blue building that was on the property to search for Wade Wilson.
And what can you describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you went about doing that?
So it was basically set up. It was a tow yard. So we had a bunch of cars in the parking lot. There was a blue building full of cars inside as well. Myself and a canine officer, Officer Reese, had gone into the building and searched the entire area and searched the inside of all the vehicles at the tow yard.
And did you ultimately direct your attention to the inside of the buildings as well?
That's correct.
And when you say you went into the buildings, was anyone directing you to where all the various locations would be, or any type of hidden locations or anything along those lines?
We searched the building in its entirety.
Did you also search the exterior of the buildings?
That's correct. We searched the perimeter.
And during the course of your search, did you locate anyone?
We did not.
So you didn't locate an individual by the name of Wade Wilson?
No, sir.
What did you do after you went ahead and searched the buildings on that property?
At that point, we had called for a detective. The vehicle that Wade Wilson had arrived in, we heard to have blood on it, and there was front end damage. When we ran the license plate, it came back to Christine Melton. So we knew the vehicle did not belong to Josh. We tried to get a hold of Christine Melton, but it was unsuccessful.
After you tried to make contact with Miss Christine Melton, what did you do next?
We sent officers down to Christine's house to try to locate her.
And was that you who was doing that?
I was not. I stayed at the 2309 Hancock address.
So when you looked at this particular vehicle, you indicated that you noticed something inside.
Correct. There was blood on the passenger door.
So what did you do in response to when you saw blood on the interior of that vehicle?
We ended up breaking Officer Amata broke the driver's side window of the vehicle. And due to the circumstances of us not being able to get in contact with the registered owner, we broke the window and popped the trunk, and we checked the trunk to make sure that there was nobody inside.
Why would you break the window?
Because Wade Wilson had made phone calls from Christine Melton's cell phone, which we knew at the time, and we weren't able to locate her.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm certain defense counsel increasing Martin States 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5E, and then 5F.
Counselor, can you recite those numbers again for me?
Yes,
5.
5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5E, 5F. Permission to questions?
You may.
Officer Animal, I'm showing Mr. Proofs and Marks sticks in the 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5E, and then 5F. I should take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes, this is the vehicle.
That's one of the same vehicle that that had its window punched out because you saw blood on the inside?
That's correct.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicle back on the 7th of October of 2019
Yes, sir.
that you recall? Judge, at this time, the state will move state number 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5E, and 5F into evidence.
Any objections?
None, Judge.
All right, be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now, Officer Engelman, I'm showing you what's been previously public or admitted as state exhibit number 5. Is that the black Nissan Versa that you had to punch
Judge,
the
we have
window out?
5 what?
Yes, I agree.
It's just state exhibit number 5.
Is it A, B?
It's 5, and then we have 5A, 5B,
Okay.
5C, 5E, and
Okay,
5F.
so you're moving to have exhibit 5 also admitted.
Yes, Judge.
Any objection?
Is this 5?
Yes.
Apparently. Any objection?
Objection.
All right, be admitted.
Officer Angela, I'm showing you state exhibit number 5. Is that the vehicle that you had encountered on the 7th of October, 2019 that you had to punch the window out of?
Yes, sir.
5A, that's the back of the vehicle?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you also searched the trunk of that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And there wasn't anything in that trunk?
There was some beach equipment. I believe there's a beach chair in there.
There was no body, correct?
Body.
5B, does that reflect the window that had been broken out on the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
And 5C, is that the interior of the aftermath of punching out that particular vehicle with the window shards on the inside on the driver's seat?
Yes.
Then as we're looking here at 5E, specifically right in this area here, which is a third away from the top on the passenger side door, and then on the right side of the photograph. Are those the blood stains that you had observed?
Yes.
And then 5F, near the belt buckle itself, little mark that's located directly to the left and down on the black portion of plastic which supports the frame. Is that the blood stains that you were referring to?
That is correct.
And when you saw those stains, those gave you cause for concern,
Absolutely.
and you could observe those stains from the exterior of the vehicle.
Correct.
And that was the reason for why you went ahead and broke out the window.
Yes.
You indicated that you had gone ahead and conducted a record search for the registered owner of this vehicle,
That's correct.
and you determined it to be Ms. Melton.
Yes.
What did you do with that information after you obtained it?
We passed it on to the South District Sergeant and spoke to our major crimes and gave them the information.
Do you know what they did with it?
They sent officers to her address and they held it as a potential crime scene. So they were able to make entry.
I'm sorry, what was the last
Until
one?
they were able to make entry into the home.
Were you part of that entry team?
I was not.
After you had gone ahead and broken out this window and learned that there was no one on the inside of this vehicle, what was your next duty at that point in time?
So at that point, we held the car as a crime scene and we waited for a tow truck to arrive to transport the vehicle back to the Cape Coral Police Department for processing.
And was that the extent of your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
time did you get called or dispatched?
I was dispatched at 1:37 in the afternoon.
What time did you arrive?
I do not recall.
And was it an hour later?
No, it would have been shortly after I received the
Were
call.
there other officers there before you?
There was a sergeant and another road officer that was there.
When was did you maintain contact of the car, the vehicle?
Yes.
When did that get towed?
I don't know the exact time off the top of my head. It was later on in the afternoon.
Was it a couple hours later? I mean,
That's correct.
all right. From your observations, were you able to tell when that alleged blood was placed there, got there?
I couldn't tell you how long it was there for.
Did you touch it?
I did not.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Nothing further from the state judge.
All right,
We
you
ask
may
that
step
be
down.
excused.
Any objection? To be excused.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear. Thank you.
All right, take a stand. All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Patricia Bell,
And where do you work?
the Cape Coral Police Department.
And what do you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I am a detective in the Major Crimes Unit.
And how long have you been a detective for the Major Crimes Unit?
16, 17 years.
Were you working as a major crimes detective back on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Did you become involved in the investigation of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did.
And how'd you come about being a detective in that particular case?
I was the on-call detective for that day. I received a telephone call from Sergeant Gleason, who was on the scene at Mateo Graphics, and he notified me of what was going on up there regarding a subject. According to the complaining party, a subject showed up in a black Nissan Versa. He said that that person was known to him.
Hearsay.
Sustain.
And after he provided information to you, what did you do with that information?
He provided information to me. Then I provided information to other detectives within the unit to facilitate the investigation. I asked another detective at the time, Detective Nick Malone, to run the person's name, who happened to be Christine Melton, into what's called NCIC FCIC, to see if we could gain some emergency contact information for her.
And ultimately, were you able to obtain that emergency contact information for Ms. Melton?
Yes, we did.
And when you received that information for the emergency contact, what did you do with that information?
Detective Malone contacted the emergency contact, who put us in touch with another person who was the name of Stephanie Johnson, who was out with Christine Melton the night before, into the early morning hours leading into this date that we are.
So in essence, you essentially went ahead and facilitated the coordination of that information to provide around to road patrol officers as well as other detectives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you also facilitate the determination of who that black Nissan Verso belonged to?
Yes, patrol had run the tag on scene, and the tag returned to Christine Melton at 4838 Tudor Drive in Cape Coral.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, any questions?
Detective, did you interview a Jason Shepard?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he provide you with a cell phone belonging to Mr. Wilson?
Yes, he provided a cell phone that belonged to Mr. Wilson.
Did you ever place that into evidence?
I'm sure the phone was placed into evidence. Yes, sir.
That's not what I asked you. I said, did you place it into evidence?
I don't recall, sir.
What did you do with it?
I don't recall if I collected said phone or if another detective on scene collected the phone. It may have been collected by forensics.
Did you go through the phone?
It was forensically examined, I believe, sir. Yes.
But did you go through it first?
No, sir.
No, you didn't go in and scroll through anything?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right,
Nothing further, Judge.
all right, you may step down.
Thank you.
She should be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused. All right. Before you call your next witness, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break. Be about 10 minutes. We'll send you back to the jury room. Just leave your notepads there and just remember my instructions.
All right.
Hi guys, welcome to the channel. Which channel am I on? Crime Wine Murphy. Of course, this is the Journey to Justice too. This is my new channel. Thanks for stopping by. And they're on a 10-minute break, but I was a little behind. I was like 10 minutes behind, so they should be coming back soon. Can you do me a favor? Subscribe to my channel, share it, and like. Yeah. Okay. When I put in my chat that about the copyright, it's just a copyright thing. Well, I just won't do that again. You cannot be on your own channel watching something from your other channel. I'm not going to put in the request, but I can't get it off. I wonder if that would just go away. Oh, I hope so. I don't understand it. But anyway, I was going to watch this trial from a Florida news channel that stream trials instead of watching, law and crime or anything like that. So they stream trials from somebody else's dream in the court, which is public, right? Good morning, Sleepy Lee. Thank you for stopping by. We're just on a short break. They'll be back in a few. I mean to say, they haven't been in court very long and they all need a 10-minute break. Go pee pee. And so, yeah, if you don't really want to know much about Wade Wilson, all we need to know is that he's got a record. He's got lots of mugshots. So, but he got some charges against him, and it ain't pretty. So, but we're just concentrate on the trial and the evidence presented, and we'll go from there. Because it's the state has to prove his guilt, and we're not going to know from today. This trial is going to go on for, I don't even know, say a couple of weeks. And we're back in court, guys. We're back in court.
Let the record reflect state's present defense counsel, defendant present. Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
That's right.
Very well. All right, please be seated. Statement call the next witness.
The state calls Stephanie Johnson.
All right. You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Just watch your step.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Stephanie Sailors,
What was your name back in 2019?
Stephanie Johnson.
Have you since gotten married?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 41.
Do you know someone by the name of Christine Melton?
Yes, Christine and I have been friends since we were in high school.
Where did the two of you meet?
In Illinois, where we grew up.
When did you meet?
When we were about 15 years old, and we became friends through her cousins, who I'm also very close with. And we were inseparable, moved across the country together, lived together all through our 20s, and then ended up moving to Florida to be close to all of our family down here.
Where else did you live across the country with Christine?
We lived in Colorado together as well.
Then did you both end up here in Cape Coral, Florida?
Yes.
Back in October of 2019, were you working?
Yes, Christine and I both worked at Duffy's in Cape Coral.
What type of employer is Duffy's?
It was a restaurant and bar, and we both waited tables there.
Was Christine dating anyone back in October of 2019?
No, Christine was not dating anybody.
Were you dating anyone?
No, I was not.
Where did Christine live at the time?
Christine lived in Cape Coral off of Tudor Drive.
What type of home did she live in?
It was a duplex apartment.
Did she live with anyone?
She lived alone.
Did she have any pets?
She did have one cat.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 4 and 10A. I'm going to show you these photos and ask if you'll take a look and tell me if you recognize them. Starting with State's Exhibit 4, what do you recognize this exhibit to be?
That's Christine.
Okay, is that how she looked back on October 6th and 7th of 2019?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10A. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, that is the apartment that Christine lived in.
And does that fairly and accurately show the apartment that she lived in back in October of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would move 4 and 10A into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Is that Christine?
Yes.
I'm showing you her duplex where she lived at the time. Which door is hers?
The white door on the left. So there's a window and then the door right next to it to the right.
Okay, so the door to the right of the window is her door, or the door to the left of the window?
To the left of the window.
Of the middle window?
Yeah, the far left door.
Thank you. I want to take you back to October 6th of 2019. Did you see Christine on that day?
Yes, Christine and I had planned to meet up later that night and to go out drinking at the Buddha bar in Fort Myers.
Had you ever been to the Buddha bar?
I had not been there before.
Where is the Buddha located?
It's located off of McGregor and I think College Parkway.
Is that in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
How did the two of you get to the Buddha?
So I met Christine at her apartment that night and we took an Uber from her apartment to the Buddha.
About what time did you Uber over to the Buddha?
Around 10:30.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 7. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 7. Will you take a look at it and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is the Buddha in Fort Myers.
And is the bar behind the big statue of the Buddha?
Yes, that's the main entrance to the bar.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 7 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Do you have any specific reason the two of you chose the Buddha on that night?
There was live music there that night, so we wanted to go see a band play.
When you got there, what was just sort of the general environment of the bar?
It wasn't overly crowded. There was, a decent amount of people there that night, dancing, drinking, nothing out of the ordinary from a typical bar.
Was there a band playing?
Yes.
Now, were you friendly and did you talk to other people that were there?
Yeah, we socialized quite a bit. There's a couple of different bars in the main bar, and we were down at one bar, we danced, we got drinks at other bars, we talked to the people that were there. Pretty standard going out night.
Now, obviously you're drinking and listening to music this entire time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had been drinking pretty heavily that night.
And is that why you chose to get an Uber?
Yes, yeah, we both knew we were going to be drinking, so we didn't want to be driving at all.
Now, while you were there, did someone approach you?
Yeah, towards the end of the night, as we were walking up to the upstairs bar, somebody jumped out in front of me, kind of just like to get my attention, and said, "Hey, who's your friend?" And gestured towards Christine. And he seemed friendly and introduced himself, and I grabbed Christine and said, "Hey, this guy wants to meet you."
What was his demeanor?
Friendly, charming.
Is there any red flags that popped up when you were talking to him?
No.
How did he introduce himself to you?
At that point, he introduced himself as JR.
Do you see JR sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Right there in a bright blue suit.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
Now, has his appearance changed since the time that you met him?
Yes, he has a lot more tattoos on his face. He did not have any facial tattoos
May I
the night
approach
we
the
met
witness?
him.
You may.
At this time, the state showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39. Did you take a look at State's Exhibit number 39 and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
JR, the person who introduced himself to us that night.
And is he the same person sitting here in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this fairly and accurately represent how he looked back on October 6th of 2019?
Exactly.
At this time, the state would move 39 into evidence.
It'll be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, after you introduced him to Christine, what happened next?
Christine and I and JR and another man, Jason, who we were introduced to by JR, talked at the bar, mingled. Christine and JR seemed to be interested in each other. Me and Christine had commented on how he had dimples, and one of the guys she had been talking to earlier in the night only had one dimple and he had two dimples. And, she definitely was attracted to him and he seemed attracted to her, and they were friendly and getting to know each other.
Now, you mentioned that JR introduced you to someone by the name of Jason.
Yes. So there was another man that he was with at the bar named Jason, and I was under the impression that they were there together as friends, just like me and Christine had been.
At some point, did you take your talking and socializing outside of the bar?
Yeah, so that was at the end of the night and the bar was closing. So they were kind of shuffling everybody out the door. Christine and I went outside and we're still continuing to socialize with JR and Jason. until, it was decided to leave. And me and Christine had came in an Uber. So we followed Jason and JR to their car. JR had tossed the keys over to Jason, and we were going to go after party. I didn't know at that point if we were going back to Christine's house or where we were headed from there, but we were going together.
Now, when you went into the parking lot and everybody's talking, again, describe the mood.
Happy. Everybody was cheerful, intoxicated, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary or scary by any means. Just typical end of the bar night.
Now, is this around 2 a.m. that the bar's closing and
Yes.
kicking everybody out?
Mm-hmm. So
Now,
everything was closing at that point.
again, as far as JR's concerned, does he exhibit any kind of anger or any kind of red flags?
No, not at all.
And in fact, you and Christine thought he was charming.
Mhm.
Now, you mentioned that JR threw the keys over to Jason.
Mhm.
What type of car was it that you got in?
It was a Dodge Hellcat, I think it's called.
Whose car did you believe that was?
I believed it was Jason's at that point.
When you
Or,
got it,
yeah,
you believed it was Jason's car?
I don't really remember. I just know Jason was driving at that time. So my assumption was that it was his car.
Where did everybody sit in the car?
Jason sat in the front seat. Christine sat in the in the passenger seat. And then me and JR were in the back seat.
Now, where did you end up going?
We drove not very far. It was only a couple of turns, maybe less than 10 minutes in the car, but we ended up at Jason's house.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel. It's been previously marked as case exhibits number 8 and 9. I'm showing you states exhibits number 8 and 9. Will you please take a look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize them?
This is the car that we left the Buddha in.
States exhibit number 8. Does that fairly and accurately represent the way the car appeared when you got in it that night?
Yes.
Showing you states exhibit number 9. What does states exhibit number 9 show?
This is Jason's house.
Is this the house where you went to after the bar closed?
Yes, I remember that star on the house.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
Permission to publish.
You may.
You just told the jurors this is the Hellcat that you all got in.
Yes, ma'am.
And then states exhibit number 9, that's Jason's house.
Yes.
When you arrived at Jason's home, was anyone else present?
Yeah, his mom was home. So when we walked in the front door, his mom was awake and on the couch and not very happy that he was bringing people home. We tried to make small talk and, kind of ease the situation. But we just ended up going to Jason's bedroom, which was down the hall from there.
Now, when you got back into Jason's bedroom, what happened with Christine and JR?
So pretty quickly after getting to Jason's house, Christine and JR started having sex.
And when they started having sex, what did you and Jason do?
Jason had a bedroom that led to the outside. So Jason and I hung out outside most of the time, only to, really go in to use the bathroom maybe. Christine and JR were inside for a while. They came outside and mingled a little bit with us and went back into the bedroom.
You mentioned that they started out having sex. Did their sexual encounters appear to be consensual?
Yes.
So there was nothing that, again, at this point, that caused any red flags?
No.
Now, when you and Jason were outside, what were the two of you doing?
We were drinking, smoking, talking. He had a trampoline out there, so we sat on the trampoline and talked for a while. you know, just mingling, talking.
Did the two of you have any interest in each other that night beyond just talking and friendship?
No,
So did the two of you hook up at all?
no.
Now, you mentioned that JR and Christine would go inside the house and come back out and kind of go back and forth. During these back and forth interactions, were they normal types of interactions?
Yeah.
Did they appear to be having a good time?
Yeah, they appeared to be having a good time with each other and, you know, joyful and, you know, nothing out of the ordinary or concerning.
Now, about how long were you at Jason's house?
I would say we were probably there for a couple hours, maybe 2 hours.
After about 2 hours, did you all leave?
Yes. So we were at Jason's house, and then kind of, you know, quickly JR was saying, oh, we got to go. This guy doesn't want us here anymore. And it was kind of at that point that I realized that Jason and JR didn't know each other before this night. The way JR was, you know, seeming at the beginning of the night was that, you know, they were there together. And then when we were leaving, it was, you know, it didn't seem that way. It seemed like this guy wanted us out of his house, and it was kind of quickly an exit. But when we went to the driveway, we got back into the car that we came in, which Jason had drove at that time, but now JR was driving.
Okay, so when you are leaving Jason's house, was it somewhat abrupt as far as
Yeah,
you
it
all
was
leaving?
quick, but it wasn't anything like he wasn't mad that we were still there or anything like that. It was just time to go.
And this night that you went out on the bar, it was a Sunday night.
Yes.
So you're going into now Monday morning.
No, Monday. Everybody, well, I had to work. I believe Jason had to work the next day. His mom obviously wasn't happy that we were there to begin with. So,
the party, everything's kind of winding down for the night.
yes. And we go and get in the car, and JR is trying to back the car out of the driveway, and he can't get it to go in reverse. It's just revving the engine in the driveway.
Is the car a manual or a stick shift?
It's a stick shift
Is
car.
it clear to you that he was unable to drive a stick shift?
Yes.
So what happened is you're in the driveway and he's revving the engine.
So Jason actually had come outside because he heard the engine revving, and, you know, said, you guys got to leave. You can't be here anymore. You're being too loud. It's, you know, almost the morning. At that point, JR had actually gotten the car into reverse and into the street. He was trying to get the car into drive and go forward, and same thing. He couldn't get the car to move. He's just revving the engine in the middle of the street. It was at that point that I got out of the car and said to Christine, I said, get out of the car. Let's take an Uber. Let's get in an Uber and go home.
Right. So were you able to make contact with an Uber driver to have them come pick you up?
Yes, Christine called the Uber.
Now, once the Uber driver arrived, did you get into the Uber right away?
Yes, I got into the Uber right away. Christine and Wade Wilson were looking for his cell phone. He couldn't find his cell phone. So they started to walk back towards Jason's house to look for his cell phone. I don't know if they made contact with him. I was sitting in the Uber at that point with the Uber driver, and both him and I remember him saying, oh, they got 5 minutes or I'm leaving. And, you know, both of us were ready to go at that point.
Now, to your knowledge, did Wade Wilson, or the person that was saying that he was JR, did he ever find his phone that night?
I don't believe so.
So when he and Christine got back in the car, where did the Uber driver take you?
The Uber took us back to Christine's apartment.
And then that's 10A, Christine's apartment.
Yes.
Now, what happened when you got back to Christine's home?
When we got back to Christine's home, the three of us went into her house, and I know Christine and I had this sense of relief that we had made it home, you know, that we got home, you know, safely and, you know, just it was winding down. I remember sitting on the couch and taking my shoes off. I remember Christine standing in the kitchen getting something to drink. And I remember telling her, you know, I had to go home because I had to go to work the next day and take my son to school.
Now, where was your son staying that night?
He was with my mom.
And did you and your son live with your mom?
Yeah, we lived with her at the time.
Now, about what time did you leave to go home so that you could take your son to school and go to work?
About 6 o'clock.
Now, prior to leaving, did everything seem fine?
Yeah, it did. And I remember telling Christine, you know, I have to go home. I have to go to work. And she was like, okay. She hugged me and kissed me goodbye and said, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And again, when she told you goodbye and that she'd see you tomorrow, did you have any concerns for her safety?
No.
And in fact, if you did, would you have left her home with just her and Wade Wilson in that house?
Not at all. And if she was concerned, Christine would have never let me leave that house if she was scared. She would have said, let's get this guy out of here together.
So when you left, is it safe to say that really the night was over? The party was over?
Yeah.
It's already morning time.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, like I said, we had this sense of relief that we had made it home. You know, we obviously were in a car with somebody who couldn't drive a car. And I know for me, that was the scariest part of that night was the being behind the wheel of a car with somebody who couldn't drive. And I know when we got back to Christine's house in that Uber, it felt like, you know, we were home safe.
And it seems that your concern was not driving while intoxicated because along the way you had gotten Ubers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, when you left, you said that you had to take your son to school and you also had to go to work. What time did you go to work?
I had to work the morning shift at Duffy's that day. I think I was at work by 10:30 in the morning. My son starts school at 9, so I dropped him off and then went to work.
Now, you mentioned earlier that Christine worked at Duffy's. Did she have to work a shift that day?
She was not scheduled to work that day.
Nevertheless, did you reach out to her just to check in with her at some point?
Yeah, I had texted her in the early afternoon and just said, you up? And I did not receive a response.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit, or I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6, 5I, and 5J. Ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize the numbers on State's Exhibit 6?
Yeah, that's Christine's phone number.
Is that the phone number you texted her?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 5I. What is 5I?
Christine's cell phone.
Okay, and 5J?
The back of Christine's cell phone.
And is that a poppet that's on the back of her cell phone?
Yep.
That would
a
help
pop
her to hold
socket.
it?
Yep.
And is this the phone that she carried that night and carried with her at all times?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move 6, 5I, and 5J into evidence.
Any objections? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Showing State's Exhibit 6. That was Christine's cell phone number at the time.
Yes.
Is 630 like a Chicago or an Illinois area code?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an Illinois area code.
Showing you 5I, That's the front of her cell phone.
Yes.
And then 5J, that's the back of her cell phone with the pop socket.
Yes.
Now, when she didn't immediately respond to your text, were you concerned at all?
No, at that point, I was not concerned. We had had a late night. She didn't have to work. I assumed she was sleeping.
Okay. Did you later on try to get a hold of her?
So when I left work, I called her again. She didn't answer. And then I got in touch with Samantha, who is her cousin. Again, not concerned that I hadn't heard from her. I asked Sam, I said, have you talked to Christine at all today? She said no. I had told her, I was out with her last night, just kind of told her about our night and what we did, and ended the conversation. Maybe a few minutes later, I'm not sure how long, I got a call from the Cape Coral Police Department.
Now, you mentioned you talked to Samantha, who was Christine's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Was Samantha also a good friend of yours?
Yeah. Samantha and I have been friends since high school as well.
And was Samantha obviously she was a cousin of Christine, but were they also very close?
Yeah. All of us have been like sisters, like best friends.
And Samantha had not gone out with you the night before?
No, Samantha was not with us.
Now, did you also try to call Christine?
Yeah, I tried to call Christine and text her that day.
When you called her, did the phone ring numerous times?
Yes.
It didn't go straight to voicemail?
I honestly, I remember it ringing and going to voicemail. I don't remember how, if it went straight to voicemail or, rang for a long time.
But either way,
I know I did not talk to anybody and nobody answered.
No one answered.
No.
Now, you mentioned that a Cape Coral detective called you. And what was the purpose of that detective's call to you that you thought at the time?
So at that time when they called, they were asking me if,
Your Honor,
Sustained.
may I give a
Yes.
object? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a few minutes.
All rise.
What happened? What happened? Hey, everybody, just stopping by. Yay! Everybody in chat. Thanks for stopping by and the likes and the shares. Thank you very much. The jury's getting sent out
The courtroom can be seated.
Judge, I
for a
think it
minute.
would be helpful if I just proffered a couple questions so that
Better
I can
stop
make
talking.
my argument as to
Okay.
how this is not going to be hearsay.
All right.
All right. So you received a call from a detective, and what was the basis, or what was that conversation?
the police were asking me if I knew where Christine was or why her car would have been found in Fort Myers.
So based on these questions, what did it cause you to do?
It caused me to start being concerned about what happened to Christine after I left.
Okay, and then so based on your concern about what happened, what did you do?
Myself, Samantha, our other best friend, and Samantha's husband all went to Christine's apartment.
And when you got to Christine's apartment, what did you see there?
When we got there, the caution tape was already up.
So, Your Honor, the reason for asking the detective is not to prove that her car was stolen, but to prove that at that point, based on our conversation, the action she took and the steps she took, which were to talk to her cousin Samantha, to then actually go over to that home. So based on that, the state would argue that's an exception to the hearsay rule and it should be admissible.
My objection is it's hearsay and the relevance, there's no relevance. I mean, she can just say based on what the officers told me, I went over to the house without relaying what the officers told me.
Judge, if you're saying what the officers told me, that's again, it's still an exception to hearsay. What the officer told her is not used for the truth of the matter asserted. So therefore it is non-hearsay because the exception is the information that he told her was used by her to then go to the house and to further try to find out where her friend Christine was. So what the officer told her, we're not using that for the truth. So therefore it's not hearsay.
But the other objection was to relevance of the effect on her.
Sure. The relevance is that at this point, she realizes that she should be concerned that her friend is missing and that she goes over there. So it's highly relevant as to how this day took place and how she gets over to her missing friend's home and what she does. That's all completely relevant to this case and to the charges that we have before this court.
All right.
What?
Go ahead.
Sorry, while it may be interesting, it's not relevant to anything in this case.
Okay. All right. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask her about getting a call from the detective. I think you could go as far as having an objection to her asking, the detective is asking questions about Miss Melton.
Correct.
And then what did you do next?
If it's just based on what the detective said, ask you, what did you do?
All right, so I'll ask her, did the detective call you? And based on what he told you, did you become concerned and then go to Christine's home?
Any objection to that?
No.
Okay. Let's bring the jury back in. Yes?
Gentleman's chair that I pulled out, I noticed he had two books, and I asked him, he went back, I said, what's that other book? He said, it's my personal. And I said, I have to bring that to the attention of the judge. He said he didn't write anything in it. But
Okay. So I guess one
It's an official notebook as long as that
as
notebook.
long as it stays here, he can't take it back. He can't take it back to the jury room with him.
okay.
Any objection to that? Okay. And I can even just instruct them that I prefer they use the notepads that the court provided. And if they, anything else, leave it out of the courtroom and just use the notepads in the courtroom and leave those in the
For
courtroom.
now, it stays in the courtroom. Or may-
Yeah, he said he hasn't written anything in it.
May I hand it to you?
You have it?
Yes. Okay.
No, just leave it. It's fine. Where is it? In his chair? Okay. No, I don't. What we'll do is, all right. Yeah, let me take a look. Okay, it's blank. There's nothing in it. So
But
that's his personal one. There's nothing in here. Doesn't appear to be anything written in it. It's just got his juror summons. So just ask him to leave this back in the jury room and only use the note and pad that the court has provided.
Bring it back with me now.
Yes.
Just so the record's clear, the
Wait.
bailiff gave you the notebook that the juror brought with him to court. The court has reviewed it. There's no writing on the inside. You've given it back to the bailiff.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then you can bring everybody else out. And I'll instruct all the jurors if they brought their own personal notebooks or anything, just to leave those back in the jury room and only use the ones provided by the court.
cars entering.
All right. Please be seated. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know some of you may have brought your own notepads or what have you with you. I would just ask you leave any of those personal things in the jury room, and when you're in the courtroom, just use the notepads that the court has provided. That way they can stay in here during any proceedings, okay? Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Going back to, I believe we were talking about a detective making contact with you. Once you had a conversation with the detective, did you become concerned?
Yes.
What did you do?
When I received the call from the Cape Coral detective, myself, Samantha, and her husband and her other cousin all went to Christine's apartment.
What did you see when you arrived at Christine's apartment?
When we got there, the police were already there and they had already put caution tape up around her house.
Did you know any information at that point about where Christine was?
No, we went from Christine's house to her mom's house, which was right around the corner from Christine's apartment. And we waited there until the detective came there and informed us that they found.
Sustain.
At some point, did you learn that Christine had passed?
Yes.
And what happened once you learned that Christine had passed?
It was devastating.
Did you stay at her mother's home?
No, I went straight from her mother's home to the Cape Coral Police Department and gave a statement.
Now, when you went to Christine's home and you found yellow crime scene tape around her property, did you see her car sitting in the driveway?
No, and in fact, it was pouring rain, and I remember all of the detectives and police officers standing under her carport and seeing that her car was not there.
Now, when you and Christine had gone out to the Buddha bar the night before, was her car in that carport?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel 5D.
I'm sorry, what?
D.
D.
I'm approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 5D. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, those are Christine's name tags from her Duffy's uniform.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 5D into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You're just talking about Christine's car not being in the carport when you went to her home, showing you Exhibit 5. Was that Christine's car at the time of her death?
Yes.
Also showing you 5A. Is that
Yes.
the back of her car?
Yes.
It's a Versa.
Yes, a Nissan Versa.
I'm showing you 5D. Are those name tags that she would wear to work when she waited tables at Duffy's?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned giving a statement to law enforcement. Did you detail everything to them about the night before and the events that took place at the Buddha all the way until you were contacted about her death?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, did Christine have any tattoos on her leg?
Yeah, she had a tattoo on her calf of a Gemini symbol with some tribal music notes on the side of it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibits 10E and 13.
10E and
13. May I approach?
you may.
I'm going to ask that you take a look first at 10E. Do you recognize this?
Yes. that's
And what does it
Christine.
show?
That's the tattoo on Christine's leg.
And then I'm also going to have you look quickly at 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's
And-
Christine.
And was that after she had passed?
Yes.
And a permission, first of all, the state removed 10E and 13 into evidence.
To be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Judge, I would ask that 13 be passed around to the jurors rather than display that one.
Okay.
And I'm showing 10E. Is that the tattoo on her calf?
Yes.
When you went and gave your statement to Cape Coral, did they show you 6 different photographs of a suspect in this case?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing the case counsel what's going to mark the state's composite exhibit 41. I'm approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 41. If you would just take a look at this exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
Yeah, that's my signature there. And these are the photos that they showed me, the lineup photos.
Now, did a detective show you the series of photographs?
Yes, he showed me all those photographs.
And there's a series of 6 photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And did the detective in any way give you any idea of who you should pick or who you should identify?
No.
Did you have a fair amount of time to be able to look and see if you could ID anybody?
Yes.
And did you in fact ID someone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how were you able to tell who you ID'd?
By my signature.
And then did you also
And then
put
the date, yes.
And 10/7/19, that's the day that you learned that Christine was no longer with us?
Yes.
And did you identify photo number 4 as the person that had introduced himself to you as JR?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection. We approach.
Yes.
number 4. Who is picture number 4?
JR.
And you see JR sitting here in court today.
Yes, he's sitting
Please
right
point.
over there.
Okay, so the person sitting right over there is in a sort of a royal blue
He is wearing
jacket.
a royal blue jacket and a yellow tie.
And is that person the person that you knew as JR?
Yes.
And is that the same person that's in photograph number 4?
Yes, that is the same person in photograph number 4, JR.
And at this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I have a moment.
Ma'am.
At this time, the state has no further questions and tenders the witness.
All right. You may. Is that, you got the disc and everything else? It's on.
Ms. Johnson, Jason, did you know him? Do you know his last name?
I do not.
Did you ever see him again after that date?
No.
Now, there come a point in time back at Miss Milton's residence that Mr. Wilson used, he couldn't find his cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he used Miss Milton's phone with her permission.
No.
No what?
I don't remember that happening.
He used the phone, right?
Not that I saw.
You were there for what, 2 hours?
At Christine's house? No.
How long were you at?
Christine's house?
Yes.
When we returned in the Uber, I was only at Christine's house for maybe 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm
Not
sorry.
long.
It was 2 hours at Jason's house.
At Jason's house, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Wilson and Jason and Miss Milton use cocaine or other drugs that evening?
Yes.
What drugs specifically?
I saw Christine, Jason, and Wilson using cocaine. Everybody was drinking and smoking marijuana as well.
Did you use cocaine?
I did not.
You may.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Brief, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just want to ask you briefly about the cocaine use. How much cocaine did you see being used that night?
Very little. I would say maybe a couple of lines each.
And was that an amount that we consider like a party amount?
Yeah, it was not a large amount.
So based on that cocaine use, was anybody out of control?
No.
So would you say that again, people are buzz friendly?
Yeah, intoxicated, but everybody was, having a good time and nothing concerning.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I'd ask that she be excused.
All right. Okay.
Ma'am, briefly.
Okay.
Who supplied the cocaine?
I'm not sure.
And where was it used?
At
No.
Jason's house.
Jason's house.
Yes.
And obviously, once you left, you don't know if Ms. Melton and Mr. Wilson continued
continued using cocaine
I do not.
or used anything else?
I do not.
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor. I would ask that she be excused.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call your next witness.
The state calls Jason Shepard. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may. Sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You take the stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and spell your first name for the record.
Jason Shepard, Jaysson.
Mr. Shepard, do you recall the night of October 6th into the early morning hours of October 7th of 2019?
Yes.
What did you do on the evening of October 6th of 2019?
Went to the Buddha.
Okay. And had you been to the Buddha previously?
Yeah.
How close was the Buddha to your home?
A little more than 5 minutes away.
Okay. And did you go to the Buddha with anybody?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
What did you do when you got there?
Had some drinks, hung out, and then she left.
And did you talk to other people while you were there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
While you were there, did you meet someone?
Yep.
Who did you meet?
A dude named Junior.
Do you see Junior sitting here in court?
Yeah.
Could you please identify an article of
In a
clothing?
blue
he's
suit.
wearing? All right, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
And he introduced himself to you as Junior.
At the time, yeah.
Did you learn his name later on?
Yeah.
But you never learned it that night?
No.
Now, was Junior there with anyone?
Yeah.
Who was he with?
A blonde haired girl, real pretty blonde haired girl.
And did it seem that the two of them were together?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, did she leave?
Yeah.
Did you ever see her again that night?
No.
Now, when Junior introduced himself to you, describe his personality.
He was cool. He was fine. No, he was cool.
And if he wasn't cool or gave you any kind of weird vibe,
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have kept talking to him.
Now, did he look different back then than he does today?
Yeah, he didn't have all this.
When you say all this,
Tattoos.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 39. Is that how he looked back then when you met him at the Buddha?
Yeah.
Now, what time did the bar close?
2.
At 2, did you all get kicked out of the Buddha?
I didn't get kicked out, but yeah, I mean, yeah. End of the night, yeah, we left. We closed it down.
And when you left, did you go out into the parking lot?
Yep.
Did you talk to anybody in the parking lot?
No, well, we ran into the 2 girls.
Okay.
Stephanie and Christine, I believe. Yeah.
And when you say we, who do you mean by we?
Me and Junior.
And showing you State's Exhibit 7. Is this the Buddha where you all were?
Yep.
You were in that parking lot?
Yep.
Now, at some point, you said you met 2 girls. Who were those 2 girls that you met up with in the parking lot?
Stephanie and Christine.
Had you ever met Stephanie and Christine before?
No, met them there.
And Junior, had you ever met him prior to that night?
No.
Okay, so you're all just hanging out, having a good time?
Yeah, just all ended up meeting up there.
Now, at some point, do you need to get a ride back to your house?
Yeah, I Ubered there originally
And
with-
why
with
did
the-
you Uber there?
because I was going to be drinking.
So you got a ride back, whose car did you get a ride back in?
Juniors.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 8. Is this a car you took back to your house?
Yeah.
And was Junior able to drive that car?
No, he said he couldn't drive a stick shift.
Now, who went back to your house?
Me, the 2 girls, and Junior.
When you got there, who was there?
My mother.
Was she okay with you being there at first?
Not really.
Not thrilled?
Yeah, no, it was late, early, however you want to put it.
All right. When you got to your house, where did you all go?
Went back to my bedroom.
Is your bedroom in the back of the house?
Mine's, yeah, the way it is it's in the back left part of the left side of the house.
And when you get to your back bedroom, what happens with Junior at that time?
It wasn't long at all. Him and Christine were having sex pretty quick and getting to it, and me and Stephanie, I think, went out back.
So when you went out back, where did you go?
I have a trampoline out back, and we went out back. We just sat out there and hung out and talked for a while.
Now, you said that Christine and Junior were having sex. Did it appear to be consensual?
Yeah. Yeah.
They were having a good time?
Yeah.
And you and Stephanie didn't want to necessarily stand around and watch?
Nope.
So you were outside?
Yeah.
All right. And were you and Stephanie interested in each other at all?
No.
So you're just talking?
Yeah.
Throughout the course of the evening, did they come outside and go back inside several
Yeah,
times?
once or twice, and then went back in and kept doing what they were doing.
And during any point of these interactions, did you have any concern for your safety?
Nope.
Did you have any concern for Christine's safety?
Mm-mm.
Now, did anybody use any drugs that night?
Yeah, we did a little coke,
When you say coke, you mean cocaine?
cocaine.
Did you provide cocaine to anybody?
No, I had my own stuff.
Did you see any other drug use besides cocaine?
Nope.
And alcohol also?
Yeah, alcohol. Yeah.
Now, at some point, did Stephanie and Christine and Junior leave your house?
Yeah, it was just getting too loud, and it was time to go. I had to work the next day. It was getting too late.
So party's over.
Time to go.
They're supposed to leave.
Yeah.
What happens when they leave your house?
Well, like I said earlier, he couldn't drive a stick shift, so that car's loud down my driveway, revving up 3-4 o'clock in the morning.
So how did you feel about the car revving in your driveway?
I was pissed.
Okay. So what'd you do?
I went outside,
What'd you
confronted
do?
him about it.
Okay. What happened after you confronted them?
Kind of got the car out of the driveway a little bit.
You got it out?
No, he did.
Okay. He is in Junior?
Yeah, or one of them did. I don't know. I was getting out by the time I went out there. I got in the car. I got in the car and moved it down the road just to get it away from my house.
Did you see where they went after you got the car out down the road?
No, I really didn't care.
Now, did you go to work the next day?
Yeah, I did.
And when you were at work, did detectives come and speak to you?
Yeah.
Did you know anything about
I had no
Let us
clue.
finish
how
the
you wait
questions.
just one moment? I know you're nervous. But when police came to your work, did you have any idea about anything bad that had happened?
No,
Did you agree to give them your DNA and prints?
I did.
And did they also ask you to identify the person that you knew as Junior?
Yeah.
May I approach her?
Meh.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel was been previously marked as State Exhibit 42. When the detectives came to your work, did you give them a statement about what you remembered from the night before in the early morning hours?
Mhm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
And then did they also show you a series of 6 photographs asking you to identify the person that came to your house.
Yes,
Okay, and were you able to identify a person that came to your house that night?
yes. Right here.
Okay, and is that the picture number 4?
Yep.
Are those your initials and the date?
Yes, ma'am.
Now this says 10/9/19, so that would have been a couple days later.
Days afterwards, yeah.
And is this picture that you identified, do you see that person sitting here in court?
Yeah.
And is it the person with the yellow tie and blue jacket?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he the same person that identified himself to you as Junior
Yes, ma'am.
on October 6th? Now, at this time, the state will move 42 into evidence.
Be admitted.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
May.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing, did you actually end up finding the defendant's cell phone in your room?
Yeah, I believe a couple days later.
And did you turn that over to the detectives?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
By a minute. You said that when you first met with Mr. Wilson, he was with a pretty blonde girl.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that blonde girl was not Kristen. No.
Right.
Okay. You said you had your own stash cocaine?
Yep.
Did everyone use it?
My own for me.
Okay. What was everybody else using?
Whatever they wanted. I don't know.
You know where they got the cocaine from?
Well, I had my own, and that's all I was worried about. Like I wasn't sharing it.
Okay. But you were using it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You leave Buddha Bar about 2?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. What time did you get to your house?
Probably 10 after, if that.
Okay, so you're right down the street.
I'm right down the street. Yeah.
All right. And what time did everyone finally leave? Did they leave?
They were there probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, if that. So
about
before 4 o'clock, I would say.
All right. Did you have any further contact with Mr. Wilson?
Nope. Well, he come back to look for his cell phone, and I don't think I answered the door.
Oh, okay. How did he get back there? Do you know?
I don't know. I was inside.
So then he left.
Yep.
About what time was that?
Probably a little after they left, about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes after they left. I don't quite remember.
I'm sorry. What do you do for work, sir?
I install garage doors.
Okay. What time did you have to be up for work?
I wasn't working there when this happened. This was 5 years ago.
Okay. So what time did you go to work on Monday?
Probably 7:30, 8 o'clock. When I was there, I was at a flooring place then.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, sir, you're excused. Step down. All right. Now's a good time for a break. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's a little past the noon hour. It'll be time for us to let you all have lunch. Please leave your notepads here. Remember my instructions. Don't look up anything. Don't discuss anything, even among yourselves, regarding the case. Don't watch any local news, read any local newspapers, and we will see you back here at 1 o'clock.
All rise.
Actually, before you go, I'm going to make it 1:05. It's a little afternoon, so I'll give you a whole hour. Anything I need to take care of before we leave for lunch?
No, we're just concerned because we have a lot of spectators in the case. We've got the jurors. There's not, we don't want everybody hitting that same restaurant every day altogether.
I see.
So maybe we're.
It's a good instruction. Just if you are here, obviously observing for the case, regardless of the purpose, the reason you're here, just make sure you don't have any contact with any of the jurors. If you see the juror tag on them, just please don't make any contact. You don't even say good afternoon or anything. So if you'll please obey that instruction, that will help ensure that we're able to continue on with the trial uninterrupted. So with that, everybody ready to go to lunch then? Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm back again. I keep typing in the chat when I can talk. You know, I'm not used to this talking. I just keep chatting away in chat. But you know, YouTube wants you to be different. I got to remember that. So you got to put your own spin on it. Can you hear me? And so I got to practice doing that. You know, even while the trial's going on, you got to say something. That's why I'm putting banners on. I'm putting pictures up. I'm putting music on to make it different than other channels. You know, otherwise they're going to get me again, like my last channel. They're going to get me. Yeah, the music's good, isn't it? It's just easy listening to. But the music's like a minute or two, about a couple of minutes, I think. 2 minutes and something, and then it repeats itself. That's the problem. But it's YouTube music, so that's all good. That's all I care about. Oh my God, that music I put on my video the other day. It's on the Journey to Justice. I just put something on the end of Lori Vallow. Oh my God, they copyrighted me on it. Not a big thing. All they said was, just edit your video and take that last minute off. Wow. It's not really a copyright. Do you know what I mean? It's just, you can't use this music. That's all. You know, when you use these editing things, you know, you can use music. Listen, I don't understand it because YouTube does a lot of work with all these editing programs that they have, you know, like StreamYard and places like that. But yet, there's certain music you can't use. So what you got to do is go into the studio, into the library, you know, and star your music that you like and download it to your computer and then upload it to StreamYard. And you can keep changing all your music all the time. But there's some music I want to use for a lot of my videos. It's just trying to find the right music. You know, like an intro, if you know what I mean. Because there's a lot of people that use the same intro for every single video they do. But I don't like to do that. I like to use different music and different stuff. I don't have a notch. Do you know what I mean? I'm all over the place. Yeah, YouTube is dumb. You keep saying that. I know, it's hard to know what's right and what's wrong anymore. Because they're reused, used. Yeah. You don't know what they want anymore because you know what? They don't make it clear. They don't make it clear. To most of us, that is. To most of us. Now, the ones that do, you know, when they discuss other people's channels and they fair use, and they sit on their panels and chat about other people's content all the time. That's their channel. other people's content and they chat about it, for hours. And, well, I can't do that. Oh my God. I have a hard time. Well, I do go into these channels and listen to what they got to say, but I only can put up with it for so much. You know what I mean? It's channels that I like watching. Some things are very interesting, but I just can't do it myself. I mean, it gets you views and it gets you subs, but I just can't do it. And damn, I would put myself to sleep, and I've done that in the past. Years ago, when my videos used to be more authentic, I used to, if you go back on my channel, you'll see tons of videos where I was learning and doing all this. I used to just be talking all the time. I talked myself to sleep. I can't do all that talking. I literally, many times I talked myself to sleep. It's just me? Just me or what? It's like having a good friend over when you've had a couple of drinks and you start talking and your friend puts you to sleep. It's the same. It's the same kind of concept. Oh my God. I have to laugh at myself sometimes. Right. Nor do I, as you see that. I don't have... Oh, unless I'm sharing something, is because I don't really share that much. But if I had something to share, then I would. If you got something good to say, I don't care. But I don't talk about other channels or anything. I just watch them. Sometimes we get a bit of drama over here. Well, that's because we're making our own drama. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's funny drama. Like something happening in the courtroom, that kind of drama. Like, some of it's funny. There are some funnies about it. But other than that, now we all know about the missing. Okay, let's get on to the missing, because caring is sharing. Promote the missing. But people are going all out abuse, disrespect on family members. That's crazy. Now, when a child goes missing or something like that, a lot of the times, as we know, it is the parent. It is the parent. And we're going to look at you first because you're the one that's in charge. Right? Of course, you're going to be a suspect. And it will have to be proven otherwise. That's how things go, right? But sometimes you can tell when they're telling the truth, Some people are like, my God, that can't be true. That's just not true, And, well, most of the time we're right. Our first instinct, because we've seen it, we've heard it time after time. But, sharing the posters, sharing flyers, is a good thing. That's how we get the word out. I share a lot of the missing, but mostly, well, in Wisconsin, because I come from Wisconsin. So if everybody in their own state shares the missing, and people from other states are watching on YouTube, the word gets around, doesn't it? That's the point. Yep, Kathy, that is right. Of course they are. Of course. They're the parent. But you know, they'll get caught in the end. They'll get caught in the end. But the only thing is, you could be a suspect and they could think that it was foul play somewhere, but they can't press charges because they can't prove nothing. As long as they can't prove nothing, you won't get charged because they get thrown out. You gotta have the proof. You gotta have the evidence to back up what you're saying. And it's up to the DA whether he takes the case on. He ain't gonna take a case on when he can't win. Now, that's the DA's job. They never take a case they can't. Well, they think they can't lose. You know, they're gonna win. Because that's the point. It's their burden of proof. They're not gonna waste their time in the state. It costs money. Yeah, I'm just talking a little bit to make it my personal video. Do you know what I mean? You have to make it authentic. Authentic means you got to be different. You all know that. So I'm just chit-chatting about anything, really. You know what I got to do with this channel? I got to do something different with this channel. I got to have, of course, some live streams, but have people up on panel and we talk about something, you know, which means it could be a trial, a recap after the trial, do you know, a recap. Somebody that watches the trial, have followed the trial, and have plenty to say about it to make it more interesting or fun, you know, something like that. But I haven't found anybody to, well, I know a few people, but they do what I do. They don't even get on camera. But that doesn't matter if you're on the panel. You don't have to cam up or nothing. You know, there's people that take phone calls. You know, call in on the live chat. Yeah, but I gotta find somebody that wants to do it. And it has to be consistent, if you know what I mean. It has to be like, well, if you're doing a trial and you do recaps, say the trial went on to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then you want to do the recap about 7 or 8. You know, do a recap on it. Just a little chit chat. That's what I mean, something like that. But I don't want to be talking to myself because I can't. No, if you're supposed to be having a recap. Yeah, because I was trying to get monetized on this channel. Not like my other channel. I can get monetized on it. Well, you know I was monetized on it, but since Christmas, when I fucked it all up with the Christmas songs and then reused content from watching trials, the only way that I got to clean it up, but they don't tell you which videos. They say change the title or your logo banner, or take the video down. But they don't tell you which ones they're talking about. The only way I can clean it up is go back. Since I was doing the trials, more or less, and the rules changed. You know, the rules changed, right? I don't know if the rules apply to videos way back before the rules changed, okay? Because they don't tell you if your videos from 3 years ago are reused content now, which they wasn't back then. That's the part they don't tell you. I need a professional. You know, a lot of these YouTubers, they pay people to edit their videos and put, you know, soundtracks in, you know, motion, you know, some little cartoon characters, motion characters, or whatever they do. They pay for their editing. Okay? That's why they're so good. Because I was wondering, how do you have time to edit? You know, a lot of creators, they say, oh, it takes me for hours and hours to edit this video. And I'm like, well, damn, I just put the video up and there off it goes. So I can't understand what hours you're talking about that they're doing. But you find out that people do this for a living. They edit people's videos for them. There's a price range of $5, $10, a couple of $100, depending how much work you want, how long your video is. You finish your video and you do this and this and this and that to it, and you send it off, you say, now, make my video. And people do it for a living. Editors. That's a good job to get into if you know how to edit videos and you're very good at it and fast. That'd be a good job for somebody to do online. It's like having YouTuber lawyers and you got YouTubers editing people that you pay. Yeah, Kathy. I'll put it in. Where do I put it in? In the comments under my video. You know, under the title of my video. Yeah, I gotta try to do that. Just give them credit. Even though it's public. You know, they get permission to live stream court cases, but they don't have the rights to it. They're allowed to share it, and everybody's allowed to use it. Yeah, well, I need an iPhone then, because I used to use my phone a lot for editing, and that was okay using that. But then I used to have another editing, but I've forgotten how to use it. And there was another one that was good, but I wiped a lot of stuff off my computer, and I don't know which one it was now. No, you don't miss nothing. We're just chatting. Yes, it's always good, even though it's public. Yep. That's why I'm trying to make things different, because if a lot of people are following the same case and they have the same exact video on, making no changes to it, and they all get it. Even Lauren Crime probably get that as well on their own, because they think they're copying somebody else's work too. It works all ways, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna start crediting them and putting it in there. Fair use, whatever. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to get an iPhone one day. Get an iPhone. Everybody's got an iPhone except me. Do you? You have to have a lot of memory. I know, Sleepy. It's hard to know what is reused content. Well, they say if you want to watch a funny video, it's just saying it. If you want to watch a funny video, you have to make change to it. Significant change to it. Just say on a funny video. Animals, cats, whatever it's going to be. A lot of people don't like iPhones. But it depends what you want to do on your Android or your iPhone. Smartphone, iPhone. Depends what you want to use your phone for. Now, my Android fits me perfectly. But if you want some good editing and it does this and that, then an iPhone's good for you. Oh, you hate your iPhone but don't want to go back to Android? It depends what you want your phone for, doesn't it? I mean, my kids have all got iPhones. Next time I upgrade my T-Mobile phone, I gotta wait. What? It was a brand new phone, so I gotta wait a year, I think. A year. To get a free upgrade. If you get a free upgrade, can that mean that you can switch to an iPhone and maybe pay the extra? Or maybe not at all? Oh, my daughter's got an iPhone. She loves them. She's had them for years, and she does keeps a lot of stuff on there business wise. So if you're into business, it's good to have. She got everything all organized on it. So if she needed something, all she'd do is pop up, and there's the documents. Send, print it out, or whatever she got to do. Oh, there's my dog. He's barking at me. Come here. Come here. Stop the barking, Murphy. It's my partner in crime. I was thinking of getting him a little outfit. Take some pictures of him in his little detective outfit Sherlock Holmes or something? Because this is Crime Wine Murphy. You know, because he whines. I was going to put wine, but I put wine instead. You know, like wine, W-H-I-N, blah, blah, blah. But I put wine instead. I want to change that, but I can't now. Well, not really. I could if I wanted to, but. Yeah, that's my Murphy. That's what I'm saying. I wanted to do Murphy as my co-host too, you know, my partner in crime, but I have to get on video because you wouldn't see him. I mean, you see pictures of him that I have. That's Murphy. That's my dog. Go. Get up there. Oh, okay, Tracy. Yeah. Yeah, when it's time to upgrade your phone, you can choose whatever phone you want for an upgrade, right? Like you said. Does it matter how much it costs? You just do the upgrade and you have to have it for, 2 years or whatever they say. My mother back in England, she's still got one of those black and white phones. And she can't see. I keep telling her. I said, what the hell? Well, I don't know how to use anything else. I says, you can learn. I tried getting my son, because my son lives over there, to get her a computer, teach her how to use it, and she can get online and do whatever she wants and play with it. Just give her the basics, like something like YouTube or Facebook. Teach her how to, video chat, send messages, get her messages, and invite people like family members and stuff. But she don't want a whole lot of people on there, just for families and some friends to get in contact with her. But she wouldn't do it. I mean, this was years ago. I was trying to get her to do it. So whenever I wanted to talk to her to make sure that she's going up to my brother's house, so then I would call him, on Facebook and video chat. Because, she don't even have a house phone anymore. YouTube says nowadays, even if you have permission to share or stream their videos, it don't matter. It don't matter if you got permission or not. That's why you have to keep stopping the video for fair use, even if you got permission. See, that's what I mean about YouTube. They just don't understand, do they? They just don't understand. It's like one fits all. You know, and some of these big channels got shut down for a minute. You know, like, I don't know if it was Law or Crime or somewhere, but it was definitely Court TV, and another channel got shut down for something they were doing on their streams. But of course, they're lawyers. Do you know what I mean? They took care of it right away. But that's how easy it is. Yeah, I had a house phone back when we had to have a house phone. And remember the answering machines? The tape, you could listen to who was leaving you a voicemail, whether you want to answer it or not. Hey, they're good for one thing, these answering machines. I mean, you have a phone these days. You can't listen to what they're saying. But back in the day, when you had a phone, house phone, and an answer machine, oh, they're back in court now, guys. We're back in court. I'll see you in a minute. Back in chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, upload it as private. But isn't private the same as just uploading it? Or is it different? Because people can still see your private videos. Just saying. Yes, they can. I did a trial, right? On Journey to Justice. And what was it? It was a death penalty case. I forget. The one I did a few weeks ago. And somebody was on the stand. Apparently, they asked not to be shown, and they were live streamed. Okay, I'm watching the trial, right? Just live streaming it. And she sent me a message telling me to take it down, asking me to take it down, or she's going to take further action. Meaning because she said that they've been harassed and their family have been threatened. Wait a minute, they're the victims, but okay then. And so I said, oh, okay, I'll see what I can do for a minute. Maybe I could edit her out, right? But the video wasn't that long. It was just of her and a witness before her, which he wasn't on very long. It wasn't the whole day of the trial I was watching. It was just sometimes I watch the morning and sometimes I watch the afternoon. And I said, hold on, I'll just make it private for now. And then a couple of days later, she goes, you still got that video up. I can still see it. And I had it on private. So yeah, they can see it. What you got to do is unlisted. You put it unlisted because she see it and I had it on private. Well, maybe she could see it because she had the link to it, because she had been watching it. I don't know, but she told me that she could still see it.
Flex State's President, Defense Counsel, and the defendant are present. We're ready to proceed? Defense ready? All right, let's bring in the jury.
So what I did, I just deleted it. It just wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth the hassle because she said that she would take further action. I'm not trying to be mean, she said. But my family's being threatened. My mother is being threatened. I said, yeah, okay then. I'll take it down. It just ain't worth it to me. Yeah, so I don't know how she see it. Like I said, I put it on private. But she had already watched it and had the link to it. So I don't know how it works, but she told me that she could see it.
All right, right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you were able to get some lunch. I have also put some coffee, snacks, other things back there in the jury room for you. So if you also, I would tell you, if you want to bring any of your own snacks or anything like that from home, there is a refrigerator back there and places for you to store those as well. By a show of hands, was there anyone on the jury who was not able to adhere to the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discuss anything about this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. Statement call to the next witness.
The state calls Charles Caruso.
Sir, if you'll just stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take the stand.
May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Charles Caruso,
Where are you currently employed?
the City of Cape Coral Police Department.
What is your assignment with Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a sergeant currently assigned to the supervise the Marine unit.
Sergeant Caruso, what type of training and experience do you have to be in your current position?
Aside from the academy training, which was about 4.5 months or so back when I did it. It's longer now. I've gone through about 300 hours, give or take, of advanced investigations training, and we get mandatory in-service training quarterly. So that over 26 years, it's quite a bit.
So you've been with Cape Coral Police Department for 26 years?
Not with Cape Coral, but overall, I just started my 27th year in January.
All right. Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your assignment on that day?
I was assigned to road patrol, and I was the supervisor of the South District.
Did you become aware of an investigation involving someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And what was your specific role with regard to that investigation?
Specifically, there were a couple locations in South District that I was asked to check and to make sure they were getting checked. Looking for the welfare of Christine Melton because she had not been heard from and it had not been seen.
And did you know who Christine Melton was at that time?
No, ma'am.
So when you got this information that she was missing, were you aware of any other scenes that were already set up?
Yes, I knew there was a location in either the North or Central District. I think it was right on the border between the two, where her vehicle had been found.
And was that vehicle at Mateo Graphics?
Yes, ma'am.
So were there already Cape Coral police officers at that scene trying to determine where she was or what had happened?
Yes, ma'am. And they were, from what I understood at the time, it was a
Sustain.
Your Honor, if I may give an exception?
Okay.
Again, effect on the listener as to what he did.
All right, sustain.
Okay, what did you do?
Based on all the facts and circumstances, I knew that we had, this was a very high priority. Several of my officers went to 4838 Tudor Drive which is where we knew Christine Melton lived.
There's some other areas that were checked as well.
Yes.
What other areas?
I had an officer go to Duffy's Tavern, which was a place that I found Christine Melton was employed. I wanted to see if she was there. She was not. And I was given another address on Stratford Court that was somehow had been somehow associated with Christine in the past. I went there and spoke with a resident, and there was no connection to Christine. So they were both of those leads had been exhausted, and we were left with 4838 Tudor Drive.
Now at 4838 Tudor Drive, did you mention there were other officers that you had sent to that location?
Yes.
And I'm showing States Exhibit 10A. Is that the 4838 location that you're referring to? Ms. Melton's house?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, looks like it.
And were they able to make contact with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Now, what did you do when you got to that location?
I got there and had been notified over the police radio that.
Sustain.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, when you were at that location, did you, again, no one had made contact with her?
Right, that's correct.
And had her body been found in the car back at Mateo's?
No, ma'am.
So what did you and the officers at her home decide to do?
We forced entry into the house by knocking in the front door with a ram.
And what happened when you got inside of her home?
We were inside somewhere around 45 seconds. Long enough, it's a small apartment, long enough to see there was nothing in the living room, nothing in the kitchen. But on the floor between the bedroom and the kitchen was a large bundle of, it was hard to tell, looked like bed sheets and clothing. We couldn't see anything right away. We spread apart the sheets just enough to see a leg, the lower portion of a leg. I noticed immediately there was a unique tattoo on it, and at that point we backed out and left the apartment.
Okay. After you backed out, did you change your mind about staying out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am. I realized in my kind of desire to make sure we protect the scene that we really hadn't cleared the bedroom adequately. And from my experience, I know that this is going to be a very lengthy investigation, and we need to make sure that everyone who's going to be there is going to be safe. So we had to make sure there was nobody hiding. And we also knew at that point there were other charges. And I also realized that we hadn't really done anything to confirm whether or not the person in the blankets was alive or dead.
Were you able to confirm whether the person in the blankets was alive or dead?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you do that?
I've put on a glove to feel for a pulse, and I could feel that her arm was already stiff.
And you said that you cleared the home. Did you find any other person at all in that house?
No, ma'am.
May I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing this in my States Exhibits 10B, 10C, and 10D.
What were the number of the exhibits again? Ms. Miller, what were the number of the exhibits? 10 what? I can't, I'm sorry, what?
10, 10B, 10C, and 10D.
10, 10B, 10C, and 10E?
D is in dog.
No, Z. No, D.
D
Right,
is in
D.
dog, yes.
Okay.
Sergeant, I'm approaching you and showing you some items of evidence. If you could take a look at each of these pictures, please.
Okay.
These items fairly and accurately represent the outside of the home and the inside of the home back on October 7th of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state would move exhibits 10, 10B, 10C, and 10D into evidence.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Sergeant, you were testifying that when you first walked in, you saw what looked like a pile of blankets in between the kitchen and the bedroom. Is this what you first saw when you walked in?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 10C. Is this a closer up view of those blankets that you observed?
Yes, it is.
Then you mentioned seeing a unique tattoo showing you State's Exhibit 10D. Where is that tattoo? Are you able to see from there on that photograph?
Yeah, it was on the lower right, lower portion of her right leg.
Showing you a close-up, which is 10E. Is that the tattoo on the leg you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually take a photograph of that tattoo on her leg?
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose in doing that?
Knowing how this investigation would play out, I knew that it would be it might help in help making an identification.
So at that time, when you saw this body, you weren't for sure whose it was?
That's correct.
Now, after you backed out the second time, did you have a crime scene prepared?
Yes, I instructed my officers to put up crime scene tape and start a crime scene contamination list.
What is a crime scene contamination list?
It's just a log of everyone who comes and goes and the times that they enter and exit the crime scene.
About what time was it that you arrived and entered Ms. Mountain's home?
I got on scene about roughly 4 o'clock. We made entry, I believe it was 4:12.
So that's 4:12 p.m. on October 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 10, and it looks like there's some yellow crime scene tape. Was that put up by officers blocking off that home and that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if someone went past that yellow crime scene tape, do they have to sign that contamination log?
Yes.
Now, as about how many people, once you realized this was a crime scene, about how many officers would you say showed initially?
While I was there, I think it was just me and officers from my squad. So there were 4 or 5.
And was a homicide investigator assigned to come out and take over the actual investigation of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you were on that scene, did any of Christine Melton's family members begin to show?
Yes.
And were you the one that actually notified them of anything?
No, I didn't.
Did you have a victim advocate come to the scene?
Yes.
And as far as the identification and the notification, was that assigned to other officers later?
Yes, that was assigned to a detective who was working on the case.
Once you cleared that house, was a search warrant signed off on so that crime scene could come in and do a thorough investigation and collection of evidence?
As far as I understand, yes.
So you weren't involved in collecting any of that evidence?
That's correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
All right. Mr. Holland?
Sorry, just clarify something. You forced entry, the front door.
That's correct.
You went in, you located Miss Melton. How long did that take?
It was under a minute.
You and your officers came out of the house.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go back in to a second time to clear the house? Is that what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you in there that time?
About 3.5 minutes.
Did any of the officers disturb the pile that Miss Melton's body was under?
No. In fact, I told the other officers to stay where they were, and I knew it was a small room that really needed to be cleared, and there was no point in any more than one person going, so I did that myself.
Okay. You didn't find anyone else in the house?
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
State calls Nicholas Malone.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take a stand.
What's your step?
May I
You may
fire?
proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicholas Milan,
Where are you employed?
Cape Coral Police Department,
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
over 15 years.
Could you describe your training and experience that you've had?
Basic Law Enforcement Academy in Broward in 2007, 2008. Hired on with Fort Lauderdale. Road experience for over 8 years, field training officer. Then I was assigned to the Professional Standards Bureau, background hiring of officers. I was tasked with the, from there I went to major crimes, assigned to the FBI task force, tracking down internet predators,
Say it again, please.
tracking down internet predators against kids.
Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And what was your assignment on that day?
That I was assisting, I was in major crimes, assisting in information regarding a vehicle that had fled.
Now, as part of major crimes, are they involved in investigating homicide cases?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine with regard to that car fleeing who that car belonged to?
Yes.
And who did that car belong to?
Miss Melton,
Were you involved in any attempts to try to locate Miss Melton?
I was.
And did you end up finding out her emergency contact?
I did.
Who was her emergency contact?
Sorry if I mispronounced, Miss Comater.
It was her first name Samantha?
Yes,
Did you end up being able to get in touch with her?
I did.
Did she put you in touch with somebody by the name of Stephanie Johnson?
Yes,
Now, during this time, have you yet located Christine Melton, or has anybody located her?
not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point, did you learn that Christine Melton had been found?
Yes,
Did you have any involvement in going into her home or helping with evidence?
no,
Did you actually ever go into her home and see her body?
no,
Now, Did you try to see if you could learn more information from neighbors or going around the neighborhood?
Yes.
Can you just describe to the jurors what it was that you were tasked with doing?
A simple canvas of a neighborhood, if anybody saw or heard anything. So I knocked on doors, spoke to people. The consensus of the people I spoke to, there was nothing out of the ordinary they saw or heard. During that canvas on the 7th, I was able to locate also cameras on a building on that road, Tudor Drive, 4807. They had cameras pointing north and south on that road. So I just make note of the camera systems if I can't make contact with the people that day.
Okay. Did you actually review any footage or any camera footage that you noted?
I did.
Okay. And what camera footage did you note that had some interest to you?
So the camera 1 and camera 2 that was on the building of 4807 Tudor, that building behind it on Marine Drive, I believe is 4810. That was the business area of Mr. Bill Masters, owned both properties. I had made contact with him to try to get the video or review it. So I had gone back later, I believe on the 10th, to review that video, camera 1 and 2.
And when you reviewed that video, did you note anything of any significance on that camera?
I did.
Okay. And what did you see on that camera?
So the camera system was showing the hours that I recorded from 0300 to, I believe, 0620 hours. And I was able to identify a vehicle matching the description of the black Nissan Versa.
And was that the car that belonged to Christine Melton?
It appeared so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the record, I'm approaching defense counsel and showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 12.
No objection.
Sir, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 12. If you just take a look at this, what is this piece of evidence?
It's a DVD of the video that I received with my initials on it.
Did you have the opportunity to review this video?
Yes, I've seen that.
And it's the same video that you collected?
Yes,
Did you put your initials and the date that you reviewed it?
I did.
At this time, the state will move 12 into evidence.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And you mentioned you conducted a neighborhood canvass of the area. Did you also conduct several interviews of people that had information about this case?
I did.
Was one of those interviews of Stephen Testaseca?
Yes.
And what was his relationship to the case?
Father,
The father of who?
Mr. Wilson,
And did you record that interview that you conducted with him?
I did.
Did you also conduct an interview with his wife?
I did.
Was that interview also recorded?
Yes,
When you interviewed the two of them, did you make sure that they were separated?
I did.
And then did you also write a statement about your involvement in this case?
I did.
You have a moment? Nothing further, Your Honor. The state tenders a witness.
All right.
The video that we just saw, there was a car moving down the street.
assume that's the object that you all were interested in? You have to
Yes.
answer that loud.
Yes.
Okay. What time did that car travel?
So on video, the system, it was approximately 6:10 a.m. However, like most systems I've dealt with in the past, people don't change their time, like my personal one, I don't. So they're typically an hour off. So that time I was able to determine that was approximately an hour off the system for fallback. So the morning hours there, I was able to easily just figure out that the system was approximately an hour off. So even though the system shows that it's 6:10, it was probably 7:10 a.m.
Okay, so it's an hour behind.
Correct, because if it was actually 6:10, it would have been dark outside still during that time.
Did you interview someone named Andrew?
I spoke with her. I don't believe I did a formal interview with her.
What was her last name?
Miss Johnson?
Okay, so you're calling her Andrea? Is that the Johnson that testified earlier?
I need clarification. There's a few women I spoke to.
Um, Why did you not, if you talked to her by phone, am I correct?
Correct.
Why did you not do a face-to-face interview or a video recorded interview or something?
Which one is Andrea? The Andrea.
Well, you said Johnson.
Which last name are you referring to? Because I
No.
spoke to a couple women.
Right, and one of them was named Andrea.
Okay. Was that the one that I would have to recall my affidavit if that was the one that worked at Buddha?
May I approach?
You may.
See if this.
This afternoon.
So Andrea was the one that worked at Buddha that I did interview at the station.
And worked where?
I believe at the Buddha nightclub.
Okay, so she was what, a bartender?
I believe so.
Know her last name?
Can't recall it right now. I have it in my affidavit.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
You may. All right. Any objection? All right, you can step down and you're excused. State and call their next witness.
Judge, say we call Ms. Christina Potts.
All right, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by telling them your name?
My name is Christina Potts.
And where do you work?
I'm a forensic technician with the Cape Coral Police Department.
And that answers my next question.
Sorry,
And how long have you been a forensic technician for the Cape Coral Police Department?
for 12 years.
And what is involved in being a forensic technician?
We're responsible for responding to crime scenes, all types of them, from burglaries to homicides. We photograph them, document them through notes, sketches, video. We also collect items and process them. And I also do fingerprint comparisons and digital forensics.
And approximately how many crime scenes would you say that you've gone through over the course of the years?
Over 1,000.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the 7th of October of 2019. Did you have occasion to go to a residence at 4838 Tudor Drive in Cape
Yes.
Coral?
Yes.
And what was the reason for you to go to that location?
We responded there for a search warrant for a death investigation.
And what did you do when you arrived at that particular location?
I met with officers on scene. They explained everything. I took photographs starting with the exterior and took overalls exterior and interior and then progressed through the scene.
What was the purpose of taking overalls as far as photography goes?
To document everything from a distance, so that way when you examine it closer, you can see the orientation and the location.
And then you also indicated that you went ahead and took photographs of the interior as well?
Yes.
Now, if I may approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm handing you a whole stack of photographs here that have been already previously admitted into evidence. I ask you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And are those photographs that you took of 4838 Tudor Drive?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm also showing defense counsel's producing Marcus States exhibit number 10F, 10G, and 10H. Approaches.
You may.
Possible also handing with producing Marcus 10F, 10G, and 10H. I see you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the interior of the items that you collected from Miss Christine Melton's body?
Yes.
Judges, they move 10F, 10G, and 10H into evidence at this time? No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Now, after you go ahead and photograph and collect the various items on the interior, do you also go ahead and prepare what's called a diagram?
Yes, somebody on scene usually does, yes.
And what would be the purpose of preparing the diagram?
Just another form of documentation to show the orientation of things.
When we say orientation things, you talking about items that are contained within the residence in relationship to each other?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel to produce Marcus States exhibit number 11. Approach.
You may.
Possible handing with some producing Marcus States exhibit number 11. Are you familiar with that particular item?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that item?
It's a diagram taken of, or made of the residence at Tudor Drive.
And that diagram fairly and accurately depicts the items in relationship to each other based upon the photography and the photographs that you took on the 7th of October of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge State moves States exhibit number 11 into evidence at this time as well.
Be admitted.
Judge, if I may approach and collect the various items to publish.
You may.
Now, Mr. Potts, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen to your right. States 10, that's a photograph of obviously the mailbox, which orients us to the exact address to which you were dispatched. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when we're looking at 10A, what are we looking at there?
That is the exterior of the residence, a little closer from the mailbox to show the whole outside from the front.
Now, to assist us in when we enter this particular residence, I'd like to show you the diagram, States Exhibit number 11. Can you orient us with regards to where the front door would be?
The front door is in the bottom right corner with the line that is kind of at a 90-degree angle in and out.
So directly where my pen is and where it says we're in entrance, is that right?
Yes.
And as we enter into the front door, directly to our left, what area am I referring to as I'm circling the first big rectangle that's to the left of that area?
The furthest to the left is the living room area and then the dining room table area.
And if we proceeded in the front door and moved our way back into this particular diagram where it says kitchen, is that in fact indeed the kitchen?
Yes.
And then if we went to the left here and we see this item here that looks almost like a elongated cloud, item C, I believe, or L, excuse me. What exactly are we looking at in that particular photograph or diagram?
That is the female body that was in the doorway, wrapped in the bedding.
How far would you say that particular item was in relationship to the doorway?
It was in the middle of the doorway.
And from the front door, how far would you say it would be? Approximately.
I'm not sure on the distance, but
So if I directed your attention here to what's been previously admitted as States Exhibit number 10B, is that the doorway that you're referring to? That back where actually the cat is located, and in that doorway we see it looks like a pile of bedding.
yes,
And that's that cloud object that's depicted in the diagram.
yes.
So then as we make our way to 10C, what did you do when you observed that particular pile of bedding and clothing?
Photographed it.
Did you do anything more with it at that point in time?
No.
And then we're looking at 10D. That's a closer up photograph of the bedding and the clothing that's tied around it.
Yes.
Now, is this photograph one that you took as well, 10E?
Yes.
Now, after you took these particular photographs, what did you do next?
Waited for the medical examiner to respond.
And did they respond?
Yes.
And what did you do after they responded?
We had to take the bedding apart layer by layer and photographed everything as we removed it.
So when we're referring to States Exhibit number 10F that you just identified, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
That is clothing that was tied together and wrapped around the outside of the bedding.
And what kind of clothing was that was being utilized to make the ties?
I believe that one is a pair of jeans, a shirt, and a bra.
And then we're looking at 10G, where we're looking at in this photograph.
That is a white scarf that was used it was wrapped around her hands.
And did you ultimately remove that scarf as well?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking here at in, item 10H?
Yes.
Now, when you discovered the body all wrapped up in those sheets and tied up with that clothing, what happens to the clothing that you had gone ahead and unwrapped the body with?
Each item was left tied as it was and was packaged separately and collected as evidence.
And what do you do when you collect evidence?
We submit it to our evidence unit, and most of those items were sent for additional testing.
Now, when you collect these particular items, how is it that you are processing them when you get them back to the lab?
They're laid out on butcher paper and photographed in the lab setting, usually with a scale.
And do you ultimately wind up going ahead and placing them into specific bags into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And what's involved in doing that?
If something's collected from the scene, we put it in a bag at the scene, and then we transport it back to the lab, and it's in my custody that entire time.
Is that to maintain integrity and control over that specific item?
Yes.
Let me approach Judge.
Yeah.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel, Chris Marcus, cases number 16, 17, 18. May I approach Judge?
You may.
Response to handing, which previously marked cases number 16, 17, and 18. Do you recognize each and every one of those items that are currently before you at this time?
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
By the sticker on them with my handwriting and case documentation.
And are you aware of whether or not those items are in the same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request assistance as it relates to all three items with a pair of scissors and a pair of gloves, so that way she may examine each item.
Open all of them.
If you'd be so kind.
Sorry.
Would you please look into item that's previously been marked as state exhibit number 16? What is that item?
That is the black, white, and gray tied clothing.
And is that item in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And was that item sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing?
Yes.
Judge, state move state exhibit number 16 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
for both of those items, the two items that we see here, it states exhibit number 10D, which is the photograph depicting the tie here towards the bottom of this particular photograph near the leg area.
Yes.
Directing your attention to states exhibit number 17. Would you kindly look into that bag and see if you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize those items?
They're the items I collected, and they are the two shirts, bra top, and jeans.
Now, are those items in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
And were those items also sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing?
Yes.
Judge, state would move states number 17 in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Published, Judge.
You may.
Ms. Potts, those items that you identified and looked at and published for the jury just a moment ago, are those items one of the same items that you had gone ahead and taken a photograph of here in States Exhibit 10D, which reflects the ties midway up the torso in the particular photograph that we have before the jury at this time?
Yes.
And those were the items that you had to untie in order to place in that bag, is that correct?
I did not untie them. They were untied at FDLE.
Fair enough. Now I ask you to take a look at the State's Exhibit number 18. Recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
It is a blind rod that was found inside the bedding.
So when you say inside the bedding, what do you mean?
We did not locate it until we had taken the clothing off and started to open up the bedding. It was inside with the body.
And did you obviously also send that off for forensic testing?
Yes.
And is that item in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge State moves State's Exhibit number 18 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
Now, was there anything of note worthy evidentiary value that you saw on this particular item other than it was collected and found with the body that was wrapped?
Yes, there was red stains on one of the ends.
Do you know which end?
The non-handle. This one.
Now, Ms. Potts, did you have any further involvement in this particular case after you had gone ahead and conducted the crime scene processing?
Yes.
What was that?
I also completed a body search warrant.
And what is a body search warrant?
When there is a search warrant provided to collect evidence from a body, usually photographs, possibly clothing, swabs.
And did you conduct a body search warrant on a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And do you see Mr. Wilson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Please point him out and describe our clothing that he's wearing.
He is sitting at the right side table in a blue jacket and yellow tie.
Now, would you please describe for us, when you conduct a body search warrant, how you go about doing that?
First, I photograph the search warrant usually, then I take overalls of the individual, closer head, close-ups of hands, then have them turn around and do the same. And also any tattoos, marks, cuts, scratches, anything of possible evidence, and evidentiary value.
Does that also entail collecting what are called buccal swabs?
Yes,
And what are buccal swabs?
they are swab samples collected from the inside of the cheeks
And what is the purpose of collecting buccal swabs?
to obtain a known DNA standard.
And would that be from the saliva obviously contained within the mouth?
Yeah, the saliva and skin cells.
There's not the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel from Grace and Mark, states in 38. May I approach?
You may.
Spot some hand using Grace and Mark, states in 38. Please take a look at that item, see if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize it by the sticker in my handwriting with the case documentation.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And what is different about that particular envelope?
There's additional sealing from FDLE and an additional sticker.
That means that it was sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, say move State's Exhibit 38 in evidence.
Any objection? You admit it.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right.
Sorry, Ms. Potts. Did you untie, apparently there were some sort of clothing tied around the, what was it, a mattress?
It was like the mattress pad and the foam cover and sheets and blankets,
Okay, and what was tied around them?
clothing items.
Okay. Did you undo those clothing items?
I did not untie them. We carefully pulled them off to keep them in the same condition they were in.
All right, and that's how you sent them to FDLE?
Yes.
When you executed the search warrant, the body search warrant, some of Mr. Wilson's clothing had stains on them?
Yes.
Did you test for blood or any other substance?
Yes, I did test them for blood with presumptive testing.
I'm sorry,
I did do presumptive blood testing on them, yes, on the stains.
and were they negative?
Yes.
You process Miss Melton's house for fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
Did you, and you took fingerprints from Mr. Wilson?
I did not take fingerprints from him.
Did you compare the fingerprints that you collected from the house against what you were advised were Mr. Wilson's fingerprints?
A different analyst did the fingerprint comparison.
Who was that, ma'am?
Lisa Lansky did the report.
Did you process any of the items that were around the body for DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I collected swab samples from almost every item I collected, and I don't believe those were sent for testing.
They were what?
They were not sent for testing
Why not?
because we're allotted a certain amount of items that we're allowed to send, and we can only continue testing if there's not evidentiary value found from the initial items.
And there, I take it, since you weren't able to send these items, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in what was submitted.
No, that means there was.
There was.
Yes.
Okay, so why didn't they send the rest of this, of the items that you processed, that you located?
It was not requested.
Did you process Ms. Melton's car?
I did not.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Mrs. Potts, for clarification, when you conducted your body search warrant of Mr. Wilson, do you know approximately how many days or how much time after you processed the scene did that body search warrant take place?
It was the same night.
It was the same night?
Yes.
Now, the items that you had gone ahead and collected that were not sent off, are you aware of whether or not Florida Department of Law Enforcement goes ahead and continues testing various items that are found around a particular item or a specific item of interest once they've confirmed specific DNA?
They usually will not continue testing.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Anything else?
Just one.
Go ahead.
So it's FDLE's position, to your knowledge, in a homicide case, that they only test a limited number of items?
Yes. Depending on the evidentiary results that they gave.
So if the items test positive to begin with, they don't want anymore?
They may accept additional items, but they will not take every item from a case, no.
Nothing
Okay. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you can
May I
step down.
ask if she be excused?
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused. And you can step down. Everybody doing okay on the jury? Okay, stay and call our next witness.
Judge, State would call Dr. Noelia Hernandez. Dr. Noelia Hernandez.
if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear.
You can take the stand. Do you need these items up here, Mr. Green?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You want to get?
Absolutely, Judge. May I approach the clerk?
You may.
Sure. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
I'm Dr. Noelia Alemar Hernandez.
Dr. Hernandez, would you please tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm an associate medical examiner here in Lee County at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
And what type of background do you have that allows you to be a medical examiner?
I did a bachelor's degree in chemistry at the University of Puerto Rico. Then I did 4 years of medical school at the University of Puerto Rico as well. Then I did a residency program in anatomic pathology at NYU. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
After training, almost 5 years now.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what pathology actually is?
Yes. So pathology is a branch of medicine that studies disease, just like internal medicine is also a branch of medicine.
And what is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology would be a subspecialty of pathology, just like, for example, cardiology is a subspecialty of internal medicine. And what forensic pathology focuses on is determining the cause and manner of death by examining a dead body, as well as reviewing medical records and whatever information we have to make that determination.
And what is anatomical pathology?
Anatomical pathology is just when you talk about pathology, you have anatomical and clinical. Anatomical focuses more on studying disease like organs. So we do a lot of, for example, when you have a biopsy that would get sent to the lab, that's an anatomic pathologist that looks at that under the microscope. So it's not just doing autopsies, you're also looking at a lot of slides to diagnose disease as well in any organ.
Now, over the past 5 years that you've actually been a medical examiner, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably close to 1,400.
Now, in October of 2019, were you an associate medical examiner here in Lee County?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to perform the autopsy of a young lady by the name of Christine Melton?
Yes, I did.
In general, could you describe for ladies and gentlemen in the jury the medical purpose for conducting an autopsy?
So like I was saying, we conduct autopsies to, the main reason is to determine the cause and manner of death for a decedent, as well as to document disease and injury as well on a dead person.
Please explain for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what exactly a cause of death is.
So the cause of death is the disease, the injury, or it could be a combination of both that causes the death of an individual.
And when you refer to manner of death, what do you mean?
So manner of death is just a classification of how the cause of death came about. So it can be classified as natural, somebody that dies, for example, of old age or just heart disease. It can be an accident, like, for example, somebody that dies in a car accident. Suicide, when somebody takes their own life. Homicide, which is deaths at the hands of another. And undetermined, which is when it could either fit into more than one of those categories, or we don't have enough information to put it into any of those categories.
Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Miss Christine Melton on the 8th of October of 2019. Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began conducting the autopsy of Miss Melton?
So when we first received the body, it's sealed and locked in a body bag. So we begin the autopsy by doing an external examination where we document everything on the body, things like height and weight, and just the general appearance of the deceased, as well as any injuries or any markings that might be on the body. And we also collect evidence as well while we're doing the external examination.
Please tell us what, if any, injuries that you observed on the body of Miss Christine Melton during that you were conducting the external examination.
She had some small bruises on her neck and the left side of her face, like almost towards her neck, as well as she had some small abrasions, which are kind of, I guess a layman's term would be saying like a scrape or a scratch, as well as some ecchymosis, which is basically like saying a bruise, like when you just bump your hand against something, for example, and you get like a bruise, that would be an ecchymosis. Scattered, she had small ones scattered throughout her body, like her torso and her extremities.
Did you notice any damage or injury to her hands?
She had a minute abrasion on her right hand, and she had artificial nails, and so some of the nails on her right hand were broken or like you could only see fragments of the artificial nails.
And did you have an opportunity to go ahead and photograph all these external injuries that you had just described?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's conclusive mark cases number 13A, 13B, 13C, and also 13D. Any questions?
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing you some proofs and mark the cases number 13A, 13B, 13C, and as well as 13D. I see you take a look at those items, see if you recognize those.
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that were taken during the external examination and autopsy of Miss Melton.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict Ms. Melton when you were conducting the autopsy of her on the 8th of October of 2019?
Yes, we do.
Judge State will move cases number 13A, B, C, and D in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted. You may.
Now, Dr. Hernandez, I'm showing you State's exhibit number 13A. Could you please orient the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, about the injuries that you are observing in this particular photographs that give you any cause for concern?
So as you can see here, you're looking at the right side of her head, and you can see the upper part of her torso. The number 908-19, that's the number that was assigned to this particular autopsy, to Ms. Melton's case. And then if you look to the, I guess looking straight at it, it would be below the number. There's like a darker bruise on the right side of her neck. I wish I had a pointer, but oh, there you go. So that's the little bruise I was referring to on the right side of her neck.
And what did that indicate to you?
That she had a blunt force injury or a bruise on that side.
As we're looking at State's exhibit number 13B, what are we looking at in this photograph that gave you any cause for concern?
This photograph is the left side of her head, and again, you can also see the superior part of her torso. And in this photograph, the dark, I guess, mark is the best way to describe it. In the picture on the between her neck and her shin on the left side, that's the abrasion, or an easier way to describe it. It could be a scratch or a scrape on the left side. And if you look towards her shin, it's a little bit hard to tell with the glare, but there's like a little pink area right here. That's also a little bruise on the left side of her shin.
Doctor, would it assist you to step down off the stand and approach the actual screen itself and allow yourself to orient the jury to what exactly it is that you're referring to?
Sure.
Court's permission.
Okay.
Objection, no question.
That's true.
Now, the abrasion that you're referring to in this particular photograph, would you please describe for us what gave you cause for concern in State's Exhibit number 13B? Would you please point to the abrasion that you're referring to? Okay. And what gave you any cause for concern as it relates to that particular injury?
You're going to have to speak up louder because there's not a microphone over there.
At this point, I was simply documenting all the external injury, so it gave me concern because it is an injury and it is on her body.
And because of its location, does that also give you any cause for concern?
Because it's on her neck, it's concerning, given the other findings I found during the autopsy.
What other injury were you pointing out in this particular photograph? You're referring to the bottom of her chin?
Yes.
And what are we looking at when we're looking at the bottom of her chin?
There is a small bruise
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 13C that's been entered into evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This picture is after the hands have been cleaned and the fingernails have been cut for evidence. But these are the two artificial fingernails that you can see.
I'm going to have her speak up louder if you're going to have her up there because I can't.
Just please speak up.
Like I was saying, can you hear me?
Okay.
This picture is after the hand has been cleaned and the fingernails have been clipped to collect evidence. What you can see here is these are the two fingers where the artificial nails, as you can see, are missing, and there's only some small fragments of them left over per nail.
And did these appear to have been broken off?
They appear to be broken off. I can't say when it happened, but they appear to be broken off.
Very well. Now, when we are talking about when we talk about some of this discoloration that is reflected here in State's Exhibit number 13B and 13A, could you tell us a little bit about the discoloration that we're observing in these particular photographs?
So she has a mix of lividity and congestion on her face. So lividity is a post-mortem change that is based on the position that our body is in after the person has passed away. So all the blood flows towards the side that you're laying on, and you get this discoloration on the face. And you can also get congestion with there are certain things that can cause the face to get congested as well. Marked discoloration that you can see, as well as around her eyes, you can see some marked congested with a little, it almost looks like little red bruises around her eyes.
Do you know when those particular bruises actually occur? Well, what I mean is, would those have occurred before she died, at the time of death, or after death?
Somewhere between around the time of death or before. It could be either one.
Thank you, Doctor.
You can return to the stand.
Now, Doctor, the external injuries that you observed and photographed of Ms. Melton, after you conducted your external examination, what is your next step in the process?
That's where we do the autopsy, which is what you always see on TV, where we start with the Y-shaped incision. We reflect the skin, and we examine all of the organs. And in this particular case, we actually reflected the skin of the extremities as well to look for injuries.
Okay. When we're talking about a Y-cut incision, what do you mean?
You start at the shoulders and you go down towards the center of the chest. So that's the top part of the Y, and then you extend it all the way down to inferior part of the abdomen. So that's the Y-shaped incision.
Okay, and when you say we were reflecting the skin, that means basically pulling it back and opening up the body. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you conducted the Y incision on Ms. Melton and began the external examination or internal examination of her body, what did you find?
She had hemorrhage on the subcutaneous tissues of her neck, which are the tissues right under the skin. And I could also see hemorrhage over the muscles on her neck. Was the first thing we saw after starting the autopsy.
Now, with the court's permission, I'd respectfully request the doctor to step down once again and approach the screen. And
Which exhibit do you have?
State number 13D, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Doctor, when we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 13D, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of the neck from the inside. So the more, this area right here, that's the skin that has been reflected towards the top of the head. And these right here, those are the muscles of the anterior neck that have also been reflected upwards as well. So what you can see is there's hemorrhage on most of those muscles on the anterior neck. Here, all of these muscles as well. And what we're doing is we're reflecting those muscles layer by layer to see how deep that hemorrhage extends to. And in her case, when you keep reflecting those muscles, you go all the way to the deeper muscles as well as on the surface of the thyroid gland, which is sitting right over the thyroid cartilage.
What do you mean when you say that when you began reflecting the muscles, it went deeper?
So we start with the muscles that are more superficial. They start with what's called the sternocleidomastoid muscles, which are the big muscles that are more towards the side right here. And then we start with the next layer on the anterior neck. And once you reflect that and pull it up, there's another muscle under it. So you keep going deeper into the muscle. That's what I mean by deeper.
Does the deeper the muscle and the deeper the discoloration also correlate to the amount of force necessary to create that kind of injury and trauma?
In a way, yes.
What do you mean in a way?
I can't tell you how much force, but yes, in order to make it go deeper, you have to be a stronger force or a harder object or force.
So the more pressure, the deeper the damage or deeper the injury. Is that right? And when we're looking at this particular photograph in general, there are a number of dark discolored areas around the neck area that indicate injury. Is that fair to say?
Yes, those are hemorrhage.
And that's because the deeper or the more pressure that's used around the neck area, the deeper the injury that's caused. Okay. As you return back to the stand, please. What other injuries did you see on the interior of Ms. Melton?
So when we reflect, and again, it's the same thing, we pull it back, the scalp, which is essentially the skin around your head. There were hemorrhages or contusions on both sides of the scalp. She also had contusions on both lungs. She had a small contusion on her transverse colon, which is part of the large bowel that is going horizontal at the upper part of your abdomen. She had.
Let's talk about the scalp injury. You indicated that there was a hemorrhage there as well.
On the
contusion.
There's contusions, yes, on both sides of the scalp.
What does that mean?
It's hemorrhage on the inner surface of the scalp.
how would one get damage to the exterior, interior of the scalp?
So those are consistent with blunt force injuries.
So someone actually striking someone, or the head actually striking something?
It could be either one, yes.
You indicated that there was also damage to the lungs or injury to the lungs.
Yes.
Okay. What damage did you see or injury did you see to the lungs?
So there's hemorrhage on the surface as well as extending slightly into the parenchyma or the inside of the lung. So those are what we call contusions on the lungs, which are also evidence of blunt force injuries.
When we're talking about contusions, is that a fancy word for bruising?
Yes.
So when we're talking about bruising to the lungs, how much force or pressure would it take in order to do that?
I mean, that's kind of like a hard question to answer. I can't say exactly how much pressure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if someone punched you in the lungs pretty hard, that would cause that kind of damage or injury?
If they punch you in the chest, yes, they could do that.
You also indicated that there was damage to the colon area.
Yes.
And would you please describe what injury that you saw there?
Same thing. It was hemorrhage on the surface of the colon, and it's a transverse colon, so it sits towards the top of your abdomen.
And what type of damage did you see there?
That's also a blunt force injury.
And once again, that's actually someone striking you, or you actually striking something. Is that right?
That's right.
Was there any other damage that you saw on the interior of Ms. Melton?
She also had a contusion to her liver and one to her bladder. She had a ruptured cyst in one of her ovaries, but that type of cyst could rupture due to trauma, but it could also rupture due to strenuous exercise and other activities. So I can't say whether or not that was due to the trauma.
Let's talk a little about the damage to the bladder. What did you see there?
So similar to where I was explaining in the lungs, it's also hemorrhage on the surface of the bladder, and it extends all the way to the mucosa, which would be the inner surface of the bladder where the urine is held. So it'd be like hemorrhage on the tissues right there.
And would that also be consistent with blunt force trauma?
Yes.
And as it relates to the liver, what did you know was trauma to the liver?
Yeah. So that one would also be blunt force trauma, the contusion to the liver.
So based upon your complete autopsy examination, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your conclusion was in this particular case?
So in this case, based on what I was explaining earlier in the neck, how she had hemorrhage extending from the superficial muscles all the way to the deep muscles, as well as the bruises on the outside of her neck. And also she had petechia on one of her eyelids and some petechia on her scalp. It's all of her autopsy findings taken together are consistent with death by asphyxia due to compression of the neck.
You just mentioned petechia of the eye and petechia of the scalp. Can you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury in layman's terms what that means?
So petechia are pinpoint hemorrhage. So they're like a tiny little dot, and they're caused when your venous pressure goes up. So it causes a backup of the blood, and all of that pressure causes your little venules to burst. So you just create this little, like pinpoint, tiny little hemorrhage.
That would have been as a result of the asphyxiation?
That's one of the causes for petechia, yes.
Doctor, did you also complete a death certificate in this particular case?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect on Joint Defense Counsel increase in Marcus Case 14. Commissioner Croce?
You may.
Dr. Mandy, listen briefly, Marcus Case 14, answer to what I direct next time.
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
This is the death certificate for Christine Melton.
Is that a certified copy of the death certificate?
Yes.
Judge Staten would move Stacy number 14 in evidence.
Objections? Be admitted.
I have no further questions at this time, Judge.
Okay.
Doctor, when you, back in 2019, that's 5 years ago. You just like a brand new medical examiner?
Yes, I had recently started at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
When did you start it?
September of 2019.
So this was 1 month after being there.
Yes.
Did you take, or as part of your protocol, did you take DNA scrapings from under Miss Melton's nails?
We take the fingernail clippings where they cut the fingernails, and we put them in the little envelopes.
But you're not, you yourself conducting an autopsy are not looking to collect DNA, are you?
We collect a DNA card from the decedent where it's like a little card with circles and you put blood from the decedent on it.
Okay.
We collect the fingernail clippings, which I guess law enforcement would use to look for DNA under the fingernails. We'll do swabs if they request us to do a rape kit, like swabs of the mouth, the anus, the vagina. And if there's any secretions or anything we notice on the body, we may swab that as well.
Did you do a rape kit on Miss Melton?
I believe we did, yes.
And what do you do with that when you're done collecting the evidence?
We hand that over. We sign it, we seal it, and we hand it over to law enforcement.
And just what do you do to use a rape kit? I'm sorry. When you are going to complete a rape kit, what do you do as part of your autopsy?
You mean like how do I collect this?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I usually have my technicians assist with that. And before we clean the body, once we open the body bag, we'll take swabs of, so the rape kit usually comes with swabs for the buccal mucosa. It swabs for the vagina and swabs for the anus as well. So we'll do all of those before we clean or start manipulating the body any further once we get it.
Do you as the doctor do those or are your technicians doing them?
They usually do those under my supervision.
Could the injuries to the neck area occur during rough sex?
Some of the injuries, I guess it's possible.
You mentioned various contusions on the body. Were there contusions on the exterior of the body that corresponded to what you found on the internal examination?
So, for example, one of the bruises on the right side of the neck, there was hemorrhage corresponding to that area. Some of the bruises on her extremity, I don't remember the exact locations, had hemorrhage under the skin corresponding to those bruises. But not all of them had a bruise that you could see on the skin over them.
Well, like you said, petechiae. How long does it take to, I think you said those were burst capillaries?
They're burst little venules, so they're some of the smallest blood vessels in the body.
How long does it take for for one of those things to burst?
I can't really give you a time frame. That would probably depend on how much pressure you're applying. The higher the pressure, the faster they would burst.
So they could burst in basically seconds, depending on what's happening.
That's correct.
Okay, and you found those on an eyelid. Did you find any in the eyeballs?
She had ecchymosis or hemorrhage in the eyeballs. So I can't say definitively if those were petechia, that they can become confluent. So when you have petechia close together, they can kind of coalesce. So it just looks like one big ecchymosis rather than a bunch of little petechia. But that's pretty much impossible to say if that's what happened in that case.
And how did you note petechiae on the scalp?
When you reflect it on the inside, that's where you see the petechia.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Yes, that's it. You'll collect the evidence, exhibits, and figures for the clerk.
No objection.
Okay. Oh, I don't, did they, I don't think they have.
Yes, it should be released.
Okay. All right. You're released. Everybody in the jury, okay? Okay, call your next witness.
The state calls Luis Tabora Rodriguez.
All right. Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You take the stand. Right, follow him. All right.
May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Luis Tabora Rodriguez.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
I have two last names. It's Tabora is Taboada, and Rodriguez is ROD. Okay, spell again. RODRIGUZ.
And sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am the director of clinical service at Nova University.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. What were you doing on that day?
That day was the day that I went to my daughter's school. So I went there to pay the after school program.
Where did your daughter go to school at the time?
That was Hector Cafarara School, elementary school at Cape Coral.
Now, when you were going to the school, was there anything that caught your attention?
When I went out is when it caught my attention, and I went to the office. I paid the after school program, and I went out. I saw in the entrance of the school a woman purse, and this is what that caught my attention. So I turned and I grabbed the purse and give to the police office inside the school in the office.
All right. Now, when you saw this purse, Where exactly was it? Was it in the road or on a sidewalk?
It was in the middle of the road, but it's in the main entrance of the school. I think it's a school property, not in the street.
When you saw the purse, what did you think at the time when you saw it?
I saw that probably some mom dropped it. I have seen people leaving stuff in the top of the car, and I saw that.
So you said when you saw it when you were driving
Yes, when I went out from school,
and you stopped and picked it up.
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel 23, 24, and 24A. Sir, I'm showing you States Exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. Are these photographs of the purse that you picked up from in front of the elementary school and turned it to the school resource officer?
It was kind of brown.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. It was kind of brown, but it was a woman purse.
Okay. So you're not for sure whether this is it, but you did pick up a purse and turn it into the school resource officer.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, when you left the purse with the school resource officer, did you give him your name?
No, basically they know me there because I already paid for the after school programs. And no, I just gave the purse and tell the office that I don't know what was inside. Just the purse was open. I saw some stuff there like cards or, but I didn't open it and check anything. So I gave to them.
And did you then give a statement to Cape Coral Police Department about the purse that you found?
I did.
All right, this time the state tenders a witness.
No cross.
Very well. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you so
I would
much.
ask that he be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're also excused.
Right, I leave?
You can go.
Thank you.
And at this time, the state calls Don Griffin.
All right. If you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you can take the stand.
Watch your step.
May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Dawn Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, where do you work?
I worked at Benson and Associates.
Say it again, please.
I worked at Benson and Associates.
That was back on October 7th of 2019. You were working there? Yes. What type of a company is that?
Interior design.
What was your role for them?
I was just like a staff person that helped out in different areas.
Now, back on October 7th of 2019, about what time did you arrive to work?
6:30
Was that in the morning or evening?
morning.
When you arrived at work, where did you go?
There's two offices. I went into the administrative side.
Now, is the administrative office connected to the other office?
I don't think they're physically connected, no.
So you would have to go outside one office to get
Yes.
to the other office?
Yes.
Now, once you got inside the office, did something attract your attention?
Not till later, not till I moved to the other office.
And once you moved to the other office, what attracted your attention?
Someone passed closely to the door that of the office I was in, did not have a shirt on. It was early. I think after 7:30, it was still pretty early. Not many other businesses were open at that point.
This person that passed by without a shirt on, were you able to tell whether it was a man or a woman?
Man,
And did you notice any tattoos?
there were tattoos.
Now, what happened after the man passed by?
Nothing. It was split second of my view. I just went back to work.
As you were working again, did something else attract your attention?
When I was in the back, I heard something that drew my attention to look outside.
What did you hear that drew your attention?
I don't remember exactly what it was I heard. It was enough to draw my attention to come out of the back.
Did it sound like a voice?
Yes,
And did it sound like a female voice or male voice?
I would, most likely a female, it sounded to me.
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Now, when you heard this voice, what was it that you did?
I continued to look outside.
What did you see when you looked outside?
Some kind of a struggle between this man and someone else I could not see.
The struggle between the man and the other person, were you able to observe any part of that person?
Of the other person,
Correct.
I could just see hair,
And what color was the hair?
blonde.
Did you see whether the man had his hand on this person's hair?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, how long did you watch this struggle go on?
I would say it was a short time, maybe a minute. I don't know.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the car that was next to them?
There were two cars. There was one parked in front of where the doorway is to this office, and there was another car behind that.
Did you know the owner of either of those cars?
I didn't remember at the time that the car next to the office was for an employee from the office.
The other car next to the employee's car, was that a car that you recognized or knew about?
No.
Now, after observing this struggle, what did you do?
I called the police.
And did they get there right away?
It didn't seem like it.
Now, was anybody else in either of your offices at that time?
I was the only one in this particular office. There were the other staff members in the other office, the administrative side.
Were you able to let them know about what was going on?
Yes, after I hung up with the police, I called the other office to let them know.
And did you make sure that your door was locked?
Yes.
Eventually, did police show?
Yes.
And did they ask you about what had happened?
No.
So at some point, did you give some information to a police officer?
Yes.
And that was at a later date?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
About what time was this? After 7:30, 8 o'clock?
The incident,
Yes.
sometime after 7:30.
Nothing further.
All right.
Ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can step down and you're excused.
We're going to need a break before the next few witnesses.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll send you back into the jury room. Please leave your notes here. Remember my earlier instructions. And we'll probably be on break for 15 minutes, maybe.
All rise.
right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes.
Hi guys, I'm back. The electrician guy came to look at the circuit board. The circuit board's broken in the home. Needs a few things fixed around my daughter's home. So, and the dogs were loving it, you know, a visitor. And they were playing up, like wanting to play. We're on break for about 15 to 20 minutes. Break time. So, what do you feel about the trial so far? A bit boring? A bit slow? We need something happening in that courtroom, don't we? A little drama or something. They're all like blah, you know, blah. We need some dramatics or something. Yeah, Murphy was playing and then he was huffing and puffing. I'm like, he's only 10 months old. He's a little Shih Tzu. And you think he done a marathon or something. And then he had to take a pee on the pee mat. On the pad. And now he's laying on my foot like he's tired or something, like he's just had done a marathon. Well, this is a death penalty case. So 3 weeks should do it. I mean, from the start to finish. They should get through if he's found guilty, which he probably is, but he's innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. You know. And, but if and when he's found guilty, he goes to the penalty phase. That won't take long. At all. Do in Florida, do they keep the same jury for the death penalty? Because, you know, in Idaho, they kept the same jury. But I know in some states, they changed the jury. I don't know why they do that. It's like crazy, isn't it? I can't believe it took so long to pick the jury. It took them days. Thank God they gave him 5 days. I mean, they picked him in 4. They didn't have court on Friday, did they? And they had the weekend. There you go. Mind you, in the Vallow case, you know, and all that and the other, Chad, I don't know why it took so long. I really don't. My God. It's not like it was mostly on the state's part because, you know, the defense prior didn't have many witnesses. He didn't even do for the death penalty, he didn't even have any witnesses for that neither. Yeah, maybe. But still, that's a long time for a jury of this nature. You know, it's a lot of stress on them, you know, day in and day out, not having to talk, can't use their phones, have to watch who talks to them, has to watch what pops up on their phone. Because, you know, they were allowed to have their phones. They just had to be trusted. That's all. Trusted. Not to break any rules. Wasn't it in Arizona, the Jerry Arias case, right? You remember that? I followed that one. But I didn't. I had a YouTube, but I didn't do YouTube like I do now. I mean, I just didn't do it. I didn't start really doing YouTube for some years after. But she got found guilty by the jury. Then they went for the death penalty, but they couldn't make their decision. So it was like a hung jury, and they had to get another jury. Is that right? They had to get another jury so long ago now to do the death penalty. Is that right? Or am I wrong? Oh, yeah. But they had to get a new jury for the death penalty part. But I thought, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm thinking of something else, but, if you're hung on a death penalty or not, right, you hung, which you were, then it should be automatic life, right? Isn't that the way it goes? But in Florida, they changed their laws a while back, didn't they? Because of a case that happened. The public was outraged. And they changed it and called it summit law, which would never happen again. As they say, it only takes 8 jurors to vote for the DP now because of it. I think they should do that everywhere. Man, it's hard to get 12 votes, isn't it? It really is hard to get. If you are a death penalty state, that is. It's not hard to get life. It's not hard at all with these criminals. They do some nasty shit. Yeah, well, Wisconsin has real life too, because they don't have the death penalty. In a lot of cases, they get life, but with the possibility of parole maybe after 50 years, I think, or maybe 60. But some get life no matter what. Still, they got their appeals. But what did that lawyer say? The appellate, the Supreme Courts and everything only grant around 2% to overturn a verdict. Florida don't have no parole no matter what, right? If you get life, there's no possibility of parole. So they don't say life, but the possibility of parole in 50 years. They say life means life. That's right. What do you think about Chatty Boy now? Now he's going to death row, whenever that is. I don't know. He's got it, but he's been, examined now, his state of mind, and health check, shave his hair. He didn't get his hair shaved. What a bummer. Normally when they take a new mugshot, they shave their hair. But anyway, here are some good company in that prison. How many are in that same prison that are on death row? Or do all death row inmates go to the same prison? I don't think Chad will be able to convince them to join the club. Chad is delusional. I was just looking up this channel. Well, I didn't look up the channel. It just happened to come on my feed, and I must have watched her a few times because she keeps popping up. But she read out some stuff from way back when. She went way back when Chatty Boy, was young. He met Tammy. They went to high school. She helped him pass a test because he couldn't fucking do it without her. It started from then, and his beliefs and what he was thinking was way back then. I'm telling you. It was way back then, his delusional thoughts. He wasn't well then. He wanted to be somebody. So he reads a lot of books, and then fantasy comes. Then he starts getting into another world, like he did. And did you listen to those texts that he said about Samantha, her sister, and Samantha's daughter? They were a big problem. He started isolating Tammy, took her away, and she followed him. And it was already happening way back then. That was years ago. But then Lori came along. A match made in heaven. Hell. Can you imagine with the kids, how brainwashed they were into his beliefs? He's such a liar. This is the way he talks and everything. Tammy had to have known that was going on. You know, even though she might not have just believed in all his delusions, but she stood by him, didn't she? I don't know how much she knew, or perhaps that's why she was depressed. Oh, court's back, guys, court's back.
All right, let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, defendant are all present. Are we ready to proceed?
It's ready.
Ready to bring back the jury?
Well, you know, one of his sons, is it Mark or somebody? The one, I think that was in a foreign country when Tammy died and everything. Well, he's moved away. He's moved away. I don't know how much he has to do with his brothers and sister or his dad, but he moved. But, and I hope he's got enough sense and watched the whole thing and watched his dad lie after lie after lie,
I'd like to call Ms. Amy
and get
Slobodian.
some therapy.
Slobodian.
Mr. Gardner, what was the first name?
Amy.
If you just stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
my name is Amy Slobosian.
And Ms. Slobosian, you know a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for over 10 years.
Does she have a nickname?
Mila.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the 6th of October of 2019. Did you go anywhere that evening?
Yeah, I did. I just recently came back from South Dakota and I was like, I want to go see some friends. So I went down to the Buddha.
And about what time did you go there?
It was a little after 10,
And about how close to the Buddha do you live at that time?
maybe a mile.
And did you go there by yourself?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you see anyone you knew?
I saw Mila.
Did you see anyone else?
I saw Wade.
You say Wade. Who's that?
Wade Wilson.
Okay.
She
And
introduced me to him.
do you see Mr. Wilson here in court today?
Hmm.
See you nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's in the blue suit.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses also identified Mr. Wilson.
All right.
Now, at some point in the evening, did you decide to leave the Buddha?
Yes, I did. It was a little before closing time. I usually leave before it's after 2. And I walked outside, and when I walked outside, I noticed Mila's car to the right of me leaving. And then I noticed to the left of me at the stoop, Mila was standing there. So I was like, why is your car driving away? And she said, Wade took the car and he left. So I offered her a ride to my house if she wanted to just come to my house because I was right around the corner.
Okay. And did she accept your
Yes,
offer?
she did. And she spent the night with me.
Okay. Where did she sleep that night?
She slept on the sofa.
Did anything happen the following morning?
Yes, I had my bedroom door open and I heard her speaking on her phone saying, I don't know, let me check for a piece of mail and I'll give you the address. And I hollered to her, Mila, I don't know him. I don't want him in my house. My son is here. I will take you wherever you need to go. Like, if you want me to drive you somewhere, I'll take you wherever you need to go. So she was like, we'll just meet you at my spa.
And you indicated that you heard, was the phone being utilized at that time?
Yeah.
But how many times would you say that phone was being used or called?
They were talking on and off. It just kept ringing and ringing, and the whole time, the whole ride, all the way to the spa.
So did you feel comfortable with him coming to your house?
Absolutely not. I don't let strangers in my home.
So did you ultimately wind up driving her to the spa?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for her to want to meet up with him?
She wanted to get her keys and her driver's license and her car. She wanted her car back.
When you arrived at the spa, was Mr. Wilson there?
So they were on the phone while we were pulling up, and she said, we're going to be pulling up soon. And he goes, I'm pulling in right now. And it wasn't her car because there was a black car in front of us that was turning and pulling in. So my car was little, the entranceway was here. So I just kind of pulled in and backed into the first spot right there. And the black car was right here next to me.
Judge, let the record reflect that Mark and Stacy number 19. Can I approach Judge?
May I?
Now, Mr. Boji, I'm showing you some precinct mark and Stacy Zoom number 19. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's Mila Spa.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict
Yes.
Mia Spa?
Mhm.
Judge State moves Stacy Zimmer 19 in evidence at this time. No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So you're pulling into this parking lot and you've gone ahead and parked and you see Mr. Wilson in a black vehicle that you don't recognize as the one he left the Buddha in that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you park and he parks, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. You get out of your car?
No.
Okay. Does Mia or Miss Martinez get out of her car?
Yes. Mila got out and went to the driver's side window.
What did you see?
She was just trying to get her stuff, and they were having just words back and forth, and then he tried to pull her in the window.
How did she respond?
She started fighting immediately.
What else did she do?
She wound up falling backwards, and then Wade got out of the vehicle after her, but the car wasn't in park. It was actually still rolling, so it almost ran them over. And then he slammed it in park and then went after her immediately. He was ripping her dress off of her. He was pulling her hair. Her extensions were everywhere, all over the ground. And then he proceeded to drag her from the parking lot to the stairs, up the stairs. She was holding onto the banister like a monkey, trying to hold on, and he just kept ripping her more and more to the door upstairs.
How tall would you say Miss Martinez is?
I'm only 5'4". She's shorter than me.
About how much would you say she weighed?
She's got to be 125 pounds. She's light, little.
What color hair does she have at
Blonde.
that time? Did anyone else see?
There was a
what,
lot
you
of
were seeing?
people. There was people walking on the sidewalk. There was I don't know if it's an upholstery shop or what it was, but design shop on the corner that has open windows. And there was a lawyer office. It was broad daylight.
Did anyone come to her assistance?
It happened so fast, and I immediately called 911.
When you saw them go upstairs towards the spa, what did you see Mr. Wilson do to Miss Martinez?
Instantly, when he punched her, well, he dragged her from the lower part of the stairs to the upper part of the stairs. He pinned her up against the wall by his hands on her throat, and then he punched her in her face. When he punched her in her face, her nose exploded. And I don't know if it was sirens in the background or the sound or the blood that came out of her nose that spooked him, but he immediately got into the black car and just started taking off.
Now, was he making any threats to her when he was beating her?
I mean, it was so fast, but he did threaten. He did say, oh, I mean, he said to me if I got out of the car, he was going to kill me.
Say anything towards Miss Martinez?
Oh, he was trying to hurt her. He was trying to get her in the car to get away with her.
Was he saying anything to her at the time that he was beating her and striking her?
It was so fast. I honestly, he was just dragging her and beating her.
After he was dragging and beating her, you said he ultimately wound up leaving?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And after he left, what did you do?
We met with the police.
And did you ultimately end up finding her car?
Yeah. Afterwards, when I was leaving, I live off of, you have to get on McGregor to get to the place that I was living at the time. And when I was driving down McGregor Boulevard, in the peripheral of my vision, I noticed the Hellcat. It was almost at the corner of one of the blocks and McGregor. So I called Mila immediately and I said, I just found your car. It's right by the Edison Country Club. It was on one of the side streets on the water side.
And after you found it, did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement regarding?
Yes,
what
I
you
called
observed?
a friend of mine that he's retired now. He was a police officer. I called him and I let him know I found the car.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge. Go cross.
All right, you may step down.
Judge, at this time, state we respectfully be requesting that she be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused.
Thank you.
The state calls Melissa Montanez. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may.
So did you tell him that you weren't going to go to this house with him?
Yes, I expressed at least 3 times he was trying to convince me to go to a house I did not want to go to.
So did you end up going with him to
No.
the house? How did he get there?
He stole my vehicle and went.
So did you know he was going to take your vehicle?
No,
How did you find out that your vehicle was?
I saw it leaving the Buddha.
So you were stuck at the Buddha without your car.
And Amy was out there. She was watching it drive away as well. And she said, "It's okay, come to my house."
So did you end up going to her house?
Yes.
And did you spend the night at her house?
Yes.
Where did you stay?
On the couch.
Now, did you ever hear again from Wade Wilson?
At roughly 6, my phone starts either texting or calling. Around 8 something, 8:45, I start noticing and I start answering his phone calls.
Okay, so the first calls that he's making or text messages he's making, you don't receive those or talk to him at all?
I was sleeping.
When you first spoke with him, tell the jurors about how that conversation went.
When I first heard his voice, it was, "Where are you? Can I come get you?" I can't really remember, but it was more calm at first.
Okay.
As I started saying, "I want my keys, I want my car, where are you? I need to get them back," it escalated more into name calling and aggression and intimidation.
Okay. Now, let's go to where it starts to escalate. How are you able to tell that he's starting to escalate?
Raising his voice, calling me names.
What names is he calling you?
Bitch, cunt, whore, all these different names. And just, I can't remember the threats per se, but it was very intimidating.
Did he appear to sound angry?
Very angry.
Did you feel scared at this point? Now, the phone number that Judge, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 20. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20, and I just ask if you look at it and tell me if you recognize that phone number.
That is my phone number.
Okay, and is that the phone number that he was calling you and texting you?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move 20 into evidence.
Object. Be admitted.
At this time, the state pursuant to a notice of intent to rely upon certification of business records would also move 21 into evidence. I can show the defense counsel the records for Ms. Montanez.
You approach.
You may.
state would move Exhibit 21 into evidence of business records associated with 239-333-5924 pursuant to a business record certification.
Any objection?
No.
All right, be admitted.
Now, when he was texting you and calling you, did you recognize the number that he was texting you and calling you from?
No.
Had he ever called or texted you from that number before?
No.
Now, did you end up agreeing to meet him someplace?
Yes.
What was your purpose in meeting with him?
To retrieve my car and to get my keys, so because I was finale, that was it. I wanted my property back, to never see him again.
Now, did you believe that he would show up in your car when you
Of
met?
course, that's what he left in. Yes.
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes.
And was it a car that you recognized?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
Yes.
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
No.
Now, when you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
Yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, "Where are my keys? Where's my car?" He was calm and just saying, "Get in the car, get in the car." And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your dress?
He's pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put it in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does
Yeah.
the fight move at some point?
Yes, so I either get drugged, pulled, can't remember by my hair, arm, or dress, to I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase and I'm holding onto that and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911. So I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there. And that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila Spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
What was your thought process in getting him to your spa?
Elongate the amount of time it took to get help. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'd probably never be seen again. It just elongate the amount of time. I knew help was on its way. The cop even said that's the most amount of pings they've ever heard from a 911 call ever. There was a crowd out there.
Okay.
So
So you're essentially trying to buy time,
Yes.
hoping police will get there
Yes.
to get you away. from
help,
him.
yes.
Now, you say so you're getting drugged by your hair, you're getting drugged by your dress.
Uh-huh.
Are the stairs to the left of the building the ones that the two of you go up?
Yes.
And where do you end up stopping once you get upstairs?
We ended up right outside suite number 6 is where my unit was at the time. And I didn't know whether, in my head, I didn't know whether I was going to be thrown over. I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body if they got me inside. I knew I was going to die that day. I was just buying time.
Okay, so at some point, does he continue to beat you as
Yes.
you're up there? Does he punch you?
Yes.
Okay, describe that punch.
The final and end punch that I remember, he got me so straight on and blood just went crazy everywhere. And it almost was like a minute where I could dunk under and run under his arm, run down the stairs. And then that's when my neighboring businesses, the design studio, were calling me, Mila, get in here. And then like, I didn't even realize how crazy I looked, but like they rescued me and I don't know what happened after that. I'm assuming he left.
So I'm gonna stop. So it was the punch. Was that the point that you were then able to duck and to get away?
I think, and also my friend, there was like a brief moment where it was like just so much blood.
So once you got downstairs, did you go into one of the design studios?
Yes,
downstairs?
directly to the right, you'll see it on the thing. Looking at it is to the left on this picture. That's where they call me into their side office building.
Okay, so is it this door on the bottom right next to the steps?
Nope. Go over left.
This way?
Do you see the silver car?
Oh,
Go
this here.
that door right there.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm looking then, you're directing me or you're
I'm running down
directing
the
me?
stairs. They're calling me in that door.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put this on the record that it was by the silver car and the bottom left quadrant
Yep.
of the photograph.
Mhm.
There's a door, and that's the door that you went into.
Yes.
And did they lock the door to
Yes.
make sure you would be safe?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you talk to law enforcement about that evening and
As-
or that morning and what
Well,
happened?
they came out immediately, interviewed me, took pictures of my injuries.
Okay.
Um,
And I'm going to, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. Ms. Montanez, I'm approaching you and showing you 22. Do you recognize this exhibit?
that's me.
Okay, and this area under your nose, is that
Blood.
blood? And is that after it was somewhat cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat cleaned up. Do you see the rag that's full of blood? That's me after cleaning my face. Yes.
Okay, so in your hand,
Mhm.
in the photograph, you're holding a bloody rag,
Yes.
and then you also still have some blood on your face.
Correct.
And is that from the time that he punched you?
Exactly. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 22 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You mentioned he was pulling your hair. Were you wearing extensions at the
Yes,
time?
my extensions were in disarray, somewhat pulled out and stuff. Yes.
Now, do you, as you're sitting here in court, see the person who was threatening to kill you and who was battering you that morning sitting in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and
Right here.
identify him by his clothing?
Wade Wilson in the blue suit.
I'm going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
We have a moment.
You may.
Would you just write on States Exhibit 20 your name that's identifying that this phone number is yours?
Yes,
please?
and not only is this my number, if you Google Mila Spa, this is the
Sustained,
number.
hold on.
Okay, so
This
let
is
me,
my
Wait, you have to
business
wait,
phone
ma'am,
number.
you have to wait for a question.
let me ask you, is this phone number your personal number or your business number?
Business.
Okay, and was the business number the one that he was calling
Yes.
that day? All right, so go ahead and put your name under that, indicating that that's your number.
Okay.
Can I have no further questions and send her the witness?
Ms. Montanez,
Yes,
when did you first meet Mr. Wilson?
I do not recall.
May we approach?
Okay.
Do you know a Josh Lukich?
Yes,
Did Mr. Wilson reside with him for
I
for
do
a
not
brief
recall.
while?
I do not know that the answer to that question.
Um, When you were at the Buddha Bar or before going to the Buddha,
Uh,
were you using cocaine?
yes,
Your cocaine?
no,
Who's
he had some.
he being Mr.
Wade
Wilson?
Wilson. Hmm.
Were you at the Buddha Bar? Were you in a conversation with a older gentleman?
And I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Wilson that he could leave in your car because you were going with the older gentleman?
Absolutely not. I never gave him permission to leave with my car, and I was never going to be in a vehicle with another man.
You said he wanted to go to a house
Yes,
you didn't want to go to.
that's correct.
Whose house?
I did not know the person. He expressed to me he wanted to go to this guy's house. I didn't know the guy. I didn't feel comfortable. He expressed at least 3 times, and I did not want to go to this house of a person I did not know.
So you didn't know. Okay, so it wasn't. You didn't want to go to the house because you knew what was going to happen. You just didn't know the guy.
I didn't know that person, and I did not want to be in harm's way, and I did not want to go to a stranger's house of any type. No.
Now the phone number 239-333-5924. That's your business.
Yes, you can look up Mila Spa, and that is our business phone number on Google. Yes,
That was on the phone.
that is
your phone.
my phone. I have multiple lines. That is one of my lines. Yes.
Who is John Zakins?
John Zakins is one of my friends. Maybe I was on his phone plan at the time, but then I resumed the number later.
Now, you said that when he called you, what, about 6 o'clock in the morning?
I do not recall exactly. I it's so hard to remember. 5 years. I don't know.
I understand. All right, but at some point you woke up and.
Yes. And notice I missed multiple phone calls. Yes.
Okay. And then you called him.
Yes. Whether I finally answered or whether I called him back is not, I do not recall, but one of those happened. Yes.
But you said that he was name calling.
Not at first. At first, he was very like, where are you? How do I meet you? All the normal questions. When he realized that I was perturbed and just wanted my property back, it escalated.
And you said he was very angry.
Yes.
And you were very scared.
Yes.
Then why did you agree to meet him?
To get my $80,000 car back that he had stolen.
The car, but why did you expect him to bring the car? You knew he couldn't drive it.
He was with somebody that had drove it away. Why would he not be able to return it?
You said when you met up with him, you said there was nobody behind those eyes anymore.
Yes, that's true.
What did you mean?
Dark serial killer eyes, where there's nothing to reason with. It's a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotion in somebody, and there's nothing behind those eyes.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
Yeah.
How did Mr. Wilson get the keys to your $80,000 car?
Okay, so I never carry a purse. I carry 2 phones on me, and the flap of my cell phones is this place where I put all my credit cards, all my IDs, everything that I need, and I carry 2 cell phones with me all the time, and I have keys. And often the person I'm with, I say, will you put your keys in my pocket? And that is exactly how he had it. I do it with my husband every day.
So he didn't.
He didn't steal the keys. I asked him to put them in his pocket for safekeeping. He doesn't know how to drive a stick shift. Why would I assume that he would take it?
Nothing further, Judge.
You redirect.
Nothing further. I asked that she be released.
Any objection?
No.
She can be excused. You're step down and you're excused.
The state calls Tyler Whitten. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may. The clerk has all the exhibits. right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can take the stand.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Well, I'm Officer Tyler Whitten with the Cape Coral Police Department.
Officer Whitten, how long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
A little over 17 years.
Were you working back on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Where were you assigned at that time?
I was assigned to Hector Cafarata Elementary School. I was the school resource officer at the time.
Is that school in Cape Coral, Florida,
Yes,
in Lee County?
Cape Coral, Lee County, yes.
Now, did you come into contact with the father of one of the students that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
The parent had previously been into the front office to handle some business, I'm assuming with his student. He ended up leaving the campus. And then several minutes later, he was back in the front office and he said he had retrieved a purse. And my office is right there in the front office, and I'm able to see the people coming in and out of the area.
Did you take that purse from the parent?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you look inside to see if you could identify whose purse it was?
Yes, we didn't know. I was trying to identify the owner. Yes, didn't know if it was a parent who maybe, left it on the roof of their car, got distracted and drove out, or maybe it was someone who lived nearby in the area. I didn't know.
Were you able to identify whose purse it was?
Yes, I was able to.
And whose purse was it?
I found the name Diane Ruiz inside the purse.
Now, at that point, did you know anything about Diane Ruiz?
No, I did not. No.
What did you do when you learned the purse belonged to Diane Ruiz?
I asked the front office ladies, the front office staff, to see if it was possibly a parent who had maybe been in recently. They couldn't find anything. Then I started looking through our local police records to see if I could find address, telephone number to be able to try to get in contact with Diane Ruiz.
What happened after you were unable to get in contact with her?
I found a telephone number. I attempted it several times, left a voicemail. Since I wasn't successful and the front office was, couldn't find any records of a Diane Ruiz with Hector Cafarata, I found the address was nearby in the nearby neighborhood behind Hector Cafarata. And I asked a patrol unit if they could swing by the house and see if anyone was there and to try to locate and see if Diane Ruiz was aware of that her purse had been located.
Did you ever learn that she had been missing?
After the fact, this was before anyone was reported missing. I know the patrol unit spoke to her son, and I also met with the son, and that was, he at the time didn't want to report her missing right away. I wanted to give it a little more time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm approaching you and showing you exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. If you would have a look at these and tell me if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I definitely recognize the wallet.
Okay. And was this the item that was turned into you at the school by the father?
Purse is not, it's been a little while. The purse isn't jogging my memory, but the wallet definitely is.
Okay, so the wallet that's inside the purse
Yes.
is,
Mhm.
you remember that?
And the vape as well.
Okay, there's a vape that was in there.
There's
Okay, there's a vape and that's in States Exhibit 24A. And these items, did you look in the wallet to locate Diane Ruiz's?
yes,
Ruiz's ID?
and this wallet with the G's written on the outside.
So again, the wallet is in States Exhibits 24 and 24A, and that's where you found Ms. Ruiz's wallet.
Yes.
Now, did you end up turning this purse over to Cape Coral Police Department or to her son?
No, I spoke with our detectives just because of When the patrol officer initially met with the son at the house, he shared the information that she worked at the Moose Lodge, which just happens to be right across Santa Barbara Boulevard from Hector Cafferata Elementary School. So I decided, let me see if by chance she happened to show up there. Maybe I didn't know how she normally got between house and work. If she possibly had dropped it, if she maybe rode a bicycle and it fell off a basket. I really didn't know circumstances. It was a little unusual. And when I checked at the Moose Lodge, they said she was no call, no show that day, which was highly unlikely of her.
So based on that, what did you do with the purse?
I ultimately, after speaking to our major crimes detectives, just because of the unusual circumstances, but since the son didn't report her as missing at the time, they said I could give the purse back to her son for safekeeping.
Okay, so you ended up turning it back over to her son.
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
All right, you can step down.
All right, thank you.
Any objection? You can be excused as well. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. State would call Brandon Couillard to the stand, please. Yes.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand. She'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Brandon Cuellar.
And Mr. Cuellar, do you know a lady by the name of Diana Ruiz?
Yes, of course.
How do you
That
know
is my
her?
mother.
Back in October of 2019, did you reside with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Who else resided with your mother?
It would be my sister and then her fiance, Scott.
And is that Scott Hannon?
Yes.
Could you tell me what your mother did for a living?
She worked server and bartender most of her life.
And where was she working at the time?
Over at the Moose Lodge.
How far was that away from the place that you lived at the time?
If it's by car, less than 5 minutes. If she had to walk, maybe about 10, 15 minutes.
And how did she typically get to work?
She usually had an Uber. One of her good friends from the Moose Lodge usually brought her, but I guess she wasn't able to get in contact with him. So that's why she walked that day.
And we're talking about the 7th of October of 2019, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake at the time that she left?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what she was wearing at the time that she left?
I believe she was wearing her Moose Lodge shirt with the dark blue jeans and then her black shoes.
What color was her shirt, if you remember?
I want to say it was, I think a light blue or maybe a dark blue as well, but it's a little bit of a blur because since it was 5 years ago.
About how early in the morning was it that she was leaving?
I want to assume anywhere from 9:30 to almost 11.
So she walked to work that day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with any type of other belongings that she would carry with her to work?
It would only be her purse. Anything that she took with her, it would be inside of it.
Do you remember what her purse looked like?
If I was to assume anything, it would probably be the pink one, but I kind of blurred out that whole memory. So there's only a few things that I can really remember.
All right. Well, let's see if we can jog your memory here, sir. Or, excuse me, 25. As well as states 23, 24A, and then 24. May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, showing you some previously marked the state's exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And how do you recognize that?
It's my mother.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict your mother back in October 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, state will move Stacy Zimmer 25 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Where I'm showing you some previously marked as Stacy Zimmer number 23, 24, and 24A. Do you recognize those items?
I would say the wallet though, but I don't recognize that purse at all.
No.
It's not kind of purse that she would walk around with. Truthfully, but the
remember-
purse,
but you
and
remember-
everything in there. I mean the wallet on the inside, yes.
Okay. And that's Stacy Zimmer number 24. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state will move Stacy Zimmer number 24 in evidence.
All right, 24 be admitted.
Permission to publish Stacy Zimmer number 25, Judge?
Wait, which one did you use? 25? Yes, you may. Sorry.
And then we have Stacy Zimmer number 24. And that's a pocketbook that you definitively recognize, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Cuellar, are you familiar with your mother's phone number at the time?
I want to say yes, if I can take a guess at it.
Judge, that's a reflect on showing defense counsel previously marked as Stacy Zimmer number 26.
200 3223.
Can I approach?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you some previously marked as Stacy Zimmer number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
You want me to read it out loud? Or
No. What is that?
it's her phone number. It's a 239 to 200 8319. It was one or the other, so that'll be the other one that I couldn't remember.
Judge, this time state will move Stacy number 26 in evidence this time.
Be admitted.
Square, if you'd be so kind as to go ahead and write your mother's name underneath that phone number. Yes, sir. Permission to publish.
You may.
Did your mother also carry a cell phone
Yes.
on a regular basis with her, sir?
Yes.
Do you know what that cell phone looked like?
To my knowledge, not at the moment.
If I showed you a picture, it would help refresh your recollection?
Yes. I'm going to assume the phone case is pink.
5G, 5H,
5B and 5
5G, 5H.
G and H. Sorry.
Can I approach it?
Yes.
I'm showing you some previously marked Stacy number 5G. And the corresponding back of that phone, 5H. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I remember phone case. I remember that being pink, if I can remember correctly.
Is that photograph 5G and 5H fairly and accurately depict your mother's phone?
Yes.
Judge, say move 5G and 5H in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, did your mother have any identifying marks on her body?
You mean like tattoos?
Yes.
Yes, she had a dragon on her back.
And did she also wear any type of jewelry?
Rings on her fingers.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previously marked Stacy number 30D and 30I.
You may.
Where I'm showing you some increase in market states number 30D. You recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And what does that appear to be?
It's my mother's tattoo on her back.
And I'm also showing you what's increased in market states number 30I. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And
It's
how do you
her ring.
recognize that?
It's her ring. It's my mother's ring.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the tattoo and the ring?
Yes.
Judge, state remove states number 30D and 30I in evidence at this time.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Fuller.
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, when your mother left for work that morning, did you subsequently receive any type of telephone call or contact from any law enforcement agency regarding her whereabouts?
I didn't get a phone call, but I got a knock on the door about her purse. And then I did tell them that take it over to Moose Lodge at first. And I was kind of worried at first. And then when it came a second time is when I asked them to report her missing.
And what happened after you asked that she be reported missing?
That'll be a blur, honestly, after that.
Did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement?
I would assume so. I would think so.
But everything after that's a blur.
A lot of it is, truthfully.
Why?
A lot of trauma.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Sir, I just need to ask you. You said, what time did Miss Ruiz leave the house? You know,
I don't know correctly though, but I would assume somewhere around from 9 to 11. I don't remember correctly. I was just woken up because she told me to make some ribs for when she came home. So I'm just assume around that time.
so that's the closest you can estimate.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
Not from this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You can step down. State and call the next witness.
Yes, Judge, they would like to call Mr. Scott Hannon.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can take the stand.
Please watch your step.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Scott Hannon, the fiance of Diane Ruiz.
Mr. Hannon, I'd like to direct your attention back to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was working.
Okay. When did you leave for work?
I usually leave at 6:30 in the morning.
And I'm assuming you left from your residence at the time?
Yes.
Who did you reside with?
With Diane, her son, and her daughter.
And where did Ms. Ruiz work?
She worked at the Moose Lodge.
And where were you working that day?
I was working as a dock worker, carpenter at the time, and I sorry, I'm a little nervous. So yeah, I was working as a dock worker.
And you indicated that Ms. Ruiz worked at the Moose Lodge.
Yes.
And how did she get to the Moose Lodge on most days?
Most days, she had our friend who was an Uber driver. His name is James, anyway. But I guess on that day he was not available.
Do you know how she got to work that day?
Yes, I know that she walked to work.
Do you know what Ms. Ruiz typically would wear to work?
Usually a moose shirt, blue jeans, and her black tennis shoes.
When you left for work that morning, was Ms. Ruiz still at the residence?
Yes, so she was still in bed.
And you left for work around 6:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
So you didn't see her after you'd left, is that correct?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with her after you left for work that day?
A brief text message. She didn't think I gave her a kiss goodbye.
Had you?
Of course.
Direct your attention to the screen. Exhibit number 25, is that Ms. Ruiz?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry with her a purse when she went to work?
Yes, she always had a purse.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
So I'm going to show you some previously marked state exhibit number 23 and 24A. You recognize that?
Yeah, that's a new purse that she had just got.
And what's 24A?
All of her belongings in her purse.
And do state's exhibit number 23 and 24A actually depict the new purse that she just gotten, and as well as the items that were contained therein?
I recognize everything.
And Judge, the state would move state's exhibit number 23 and 24A into evidence at this
No
time.
objections. Be admitted.
Commissioner Public, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Hannon, you indicated that this was a relatively newer purse.
Yes.
When had she gotten it?
Maybe a week before.
Did she carry a different color type of purse before she'd gotten this one?
I don't remember exactly what color it was, but she had a different purse like almost every month.
So then we have states 24 that contained her wallet,
Yes, that's her wallet.
and then 24A. That's the wallet as well as the vape and whatever else was inside. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did Miss Ruiz have any identifying marks on her body?
The only mark that I remember is the tattoo on her back.
Showing you 330D up on the screen. Is that the tattoo?
Yes, that is.
Did Miss Ruiz also carry a cell phone on her person?
Yes.
Could you
It was
describe
a
that for us?
ZTE cell phone.
ZTE phone?
Mhm.
Okay. What was her favorite color?
Pink. Pink or purple.
I'll show you what's been previously admitted as state number 4G, or 5G, excuse me. Recognize that?
Yep.
What are we looking at in that photo?
That is her cell phone.
Then 5H?
Yep, that's the back of it.
Also going to show you State's Exhibit number 26. Recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's her phone number.
And lastly, sir, I'm going to also show you, do you recognize this particular item, State's 30I, that was previously admitted in evidence?
That's the ring I got her.
And what did that ring signify?
Our love for each other.
Now, in relation to the distance between your residence and the Moose Lodge, how far would you say that was from your residence?
About a 10-15 minute walk.
Was she known to do a 10 or 15 minute walk to work on
Occasionally.
occasion?
Yes.
Could you tell us, after the last text that you received from Ms. Ruiz on the 7th of October, did you hear anything further from anyone else as to your wife's whereabouts?
Not until around noon when I actually get to my phone because I keep it in the truck as I'm working. Lunchtime, I got to my phone and noticed that everybody was trying to get a hold of me.
What did you do in response to everyone trying to get a hold of you?
I immediately called one of the people that was trying to get a hold of me, and they told me the situation. Luckily, my boss was on job at the time, and I told him there's a situation, I need to go.
And did you?
We left immediately.
And where'd you go?
Right to my house.
What happened when you got to your house?
I met with Brandon there, and he told me the situation, and I don't remember exactly what we did after that, but I remember a police officer coming to the house talking to us about her purse.
And did you ultimately retain the purse there at the residence?
I believe it was there when I got there. I'm not absolutely sure because it was 5 years ago. But there was a Detective Jones who came there and, had me identify the purse.
After Detective Jones had you identify the purse, what did you do next?
We actually sat around our kitchen table and he asked me a bunch of questions. And then I guess as soon as we're done, he left and said, thank you.
So in essence, you gave a statement to law enforcement.
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Judge, at this time, except for the fact that the state would move a certified copy of phone records, State's Exhibit number 14 in evidence, 27 in evidence at this time.
I'm sorry, what were the number of exhibits?
27, Judge.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, they'll be admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry for your loss. How far
was the Moose Lodge from the house?
Maybe 2.5 blocks.
And I assume Ms. Ruiz would have left through the front door?
Yes, through our front door, yes.
Okay. And what direction would she have gone?
I believe that would be easterly direction.
When you come down the path to the street, you go right or left?
Well, we lived on the corner, so it's a right and or left and immediate right.
Left, immediate right, okay. And how long would it take to walk it?
About 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Ruiz wear different shoes to walk to work or back versus her work shoes?
Nope, she wore the same shoes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else?
No questions from the state judge. We respectfully request that he be excused.
All right, any objection? All right, sir, you may step down and you're excused.
The state calls Patrick Power.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may take the stand.
What's your step?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Patrick Power.
Mr. Power, where are you originally from?
Originally, I'm from Ireland, but I've been living in the UK for 40 years.
Do you also have a home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I do.
And where is your home in Cape Coral?
It's 204 Northwest 4th Avenue.
How long have you had that home?
Since 2005.
Are you married?
Yes,
What is your spouse's name?
Linda.
Back in 2019, specifically on October 7th, were you at your home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I was.
And was Linda also with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, on Monday, were you doing anything with your wife that day?
We were having breakfast in our lanai.
Did you notice anything unusual as you were eating your breakfast?
No, everything was like normal as I was eating.
Okay. And then what did you see?
And then we were probably about 30 to 45 minutes. A vehicle backed out from the lot next door right towards us and then drove off out onto the main road.
Now, the lot that you saw this vehicle leaving from, was that a lot with a house on it?
No, it's an empty lot with a lot of bushes and stuff like that.
And when you saw the car, did you see it back up and go forward numerous times?
No, just the once.
Okay. And when you saw the car, did you notice some twigs and branches?
Yes.
Can you just describe what you saw with
Yeah.
the car?
We just see the back of the car. And from the front, you could see from the wiper blades or whatever, and maybe from the grill or the bumper, there were branches sticking out like this on the sides.
Now, were you able to see who was driving the car?
No,
So what was it about the car, about the situation that attracted your attention?
well, we never seen a car in there before. It was the first time ever.
Right. Now, at that time, did you think to call the police or do anything about it?
No, not really.
So at some point, did you decide that maybe what you saw was significant?
Well, I thought to myself at the time I must have a look later and see what's going on there. But then we went out somewhere for the day and I forgot all about it.
What reminded you of it?
When I come back and the police was there 3 days later.
When you say the police was there, they were at the empty lot?
Yep.
And when you saw the police there, was there crime scene tape up?
Yes, everything was taped off.
Did you learn that a body had been found in that
Yes,
lot?
we found out then, yeah.
So based on that, did you then think it would be important to tell the police about the car that you saw?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibit 28. So I'm going to approach you and show you states exhibit 28. It's an aerial photograph. Are you able to look at that map and see if you can locate your house?
Yes. That's my house there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the smack dab center, and it's facing Northwest 4th Avenue.
Sorry, say that again.
So you're pointing to the center of the photo,
Yes.
and is your house facing Northwest 4th
Yes.
Avenue?
Yes.
All right. And does it appear that there's a car in the driveway of your house?
Yes.
And I'm going to just, okay, so at this time, the state will move 28 into evidence.
Any objections?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, sir, you were just describing where your house is on this map. I'm going to point with my pen. Is this the house
Yes.
where you and your wife live?
Yes.
Now, where is a lot where you saw that car backing out of?
From behind the house from behind the house next door.
Okay, so if I point to where this little red mark is,
Yes,
it
that's-
was this empty lot behind your neighbor's
Yeah,
house?
that's the area there, yeah.
So when you observed this, you were in the back of your house eating your breakfast?
Yes.
You said that you saw the car back out of that lot. Did you see which direction the car traveled?
Yes. It went out and turned to the right, which is north.
Okay, so when it backed out, did it back out to Northwest 4th Place?
Yes.
Okay, and then which direction would be, if he backed out, which way would he have gone?
Up to the right, yeah.
Over this way?
No, the opposite way.
This way,
Yes.
okay, so he went right down Northwest 4th Place.
Yes.
And how did he drive away?
Quickly, but not a wheel spinning sort of thing. Drove away quickly.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. At this time, the state tenders the witness.
All right. Mr. Hollander.
Sir, what time of day was this?
I couldn't tell exactly because we're on vacation, so we lose track of time. But it would have been 12-ish, midday-ish, or maybe later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It was light out.
Oh yes.
Okay. Now, from the back of your house, the car would have been going away from you to come out to 4th Street, wouldn't it? It would have been
Yeah.
backing away from you.
No, it reversed out towards us. Yeah. From the bushes, it reversed out towards us, and then it drove away from us.
I apologize, Judge. Could this gentleman step down?
Yes.
Could you please indicate on that aerial photo where you first saw, where's your house? Okay, now, where's the car go? Where do you first see the car?
Yeah, backs out from here, and when it backs towards us like this, goes off that eye, and then it drives out at this angle to the road, and then it goes back up the road.
Okay, so.
Let me just ask can the jury see? Okay. Oh.
Okay, so the car sort of backs up towards you.
Yes, but directly goes off.
But the rear of the car.
Rear of the car,
Okay.
yes, yes.
And then the car moves out.
Yeah, moves forward at this angle. Yeah, it must have been like through these trees here, and then up to the road and up to the road.
Okay, I
You can sit down.
No further questions.
Okay.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down and you're released.
May we approach her?
Yes. The jury, we are ahead of schedule, and it's a little bit earlier. I usually would go to 5 or a little after, but it's about 4:40 now. So we're going to let you go early this evening. Just remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything, and don't discuss anything with anyone about this case. Don't let anybody else try and discuss anything with you about this case. Leave your notepads here. We'll collect them, and I'll give them back to you tomorrow morning. And come back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All rise.
And yes, you can keep, I put my card in there, so that's the give out for emergency contact or anything like that from office. Okay. You're excused for the evening. All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. Anything that we need to, please be seated, I'm sorry. Anything we need to address prior to tomorrow morning?
And the only thing I would just say is we anticipate will be done earlier in the afternoon. So I don't know if defense will put any witnesses on, but we would be prepared to go forward with jury instructions in the later afternoon if everybody wants to make sure they look good.
Okay, so I know you have circulated preliminary jury instructions. I would just ask, I'll tell you what, if have you all had a chance to look at those, Mr. Holler, the jury instructions?
Yes, but not
I understand.
really. I mean, we were expecting like 3 or 4 days.
Sure.
The state's case.
Sure. I would just say if you could look over those this evening, we can start tomorrow morning at 8:45. If you want to just let me know if you've got any significant objections or corrections, additions, or deletions. Are there any special instructions that you're requesting?
We don't anticipate it.
Okay. All right. Then make sure, and you've got the copy of the state's proposed jury instructions. If not, can you just email them to all of us again?
Sure.
So that way we have a fresh, make sure you've got everything up to date and send them and everybody can look at them this evening. Any other issues we need to address? How many witnesses do you think you have tomorrow?
I believe we have 14.
Tomorrow, 14? Okay.
We definitely do.
Okay.
No, we only did 17.
All right.
10, Your Honor.
10. Okay. All right then. Any other issues from the state or defense the court needs to address before we recess for the evening?
No, sir.
All right. Very well. Then we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45.
Okay, guys. That's it for tomorrow. 8:45. 8:45. So say 7:30. Say 7:30. Because Florida, that's Eastern time. (8:30, 8:45). But that's like 7:30 to me because they're 1 hour ahead. Yes, I was talking about a copyright claim request that I did not request. I can't get it off my channel. It's on both my channels. I don't want to make a request. Now I can't get the damn thing off. But I wonder if it just goes by itself. Like in so many days. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I've never, ever, ever, ever had one of them before. That I gave myself. Listen, there's something that you do on your channel that if somebody uses a little bit of your video, it can be a copyright, right? Or it can be a strike, you know, like people do. So I mean, I was watching a little bit of somebody else's video one time when I did a trial, and all they did was cut that part out. That was it. But I didn't request, so I don't know how I managed to do that. Because both these channels are mine. But like I said, I was streaming somebody's channel, which is a news channel, okay, for the trial. But I was streaming it from my channel because I didn't switch over. Oh my God. Oh. It's like... Oh. So it's a little confusing. So I've kind of never done that before because, you know, I didn't have two channels. Well, there's so much to do when you've got two channels when you've got them both going live. One is for this and one is for just viewing. You know, like somebody else is watching my live stream. That was all I was doing. It just gives you a view. You know, it gives you watch hours. Ugh, my God. But anyway, guys, that's the end. So unless something comes up tonight that's like a chase or a standoff, I'm going to put some more videos up on my channel pertaining to the Lori Vallow Daybell that's happening in Arizona. So whatever I post on my channel from now on has... Some of it is Chad emails and everything, but they're going to come into court. So it's Alex's stuff, like the 911 call, the call Chad made to the funeral home, pretending that he was his nephew, Charles's nephew, and stuff like that. And the 911, what's her name? Zulema, and her. There's a 911 call, but plus the cops were at the house, and she was asking them all to leave. She goes, I'd like, why are you all in my house? You know, I need you to leave. And they go, this is an investigation. Until we're done, we're staying. You know, my God, she wanted them to leave. Hello? No, you leave. Investigators don't have to have anybody in a damn house if they're doing an investigation. They tell you to either sit in the living room and don't move, or you leave the house completely. Why is this a death investigation? Didn't he die in the hospital? he was pronounced dead at the hospital. But he didn't get revived at the house. So it all started at the house. But anyway, I wished he hadn't been cremated. I just wished he hadn't been cremated because, you know, at the time they wasn't looking for a certain drug. But they say they took all they wanted from him before he was cremated. Blood samples, all this and the other, checked his organs. But they wasn't looking for something, you know, specific. So, but anyway, he's dead now, and he doesn't have a criminal record, does he? Because he wasn't found guilty in the court of law. In the public's opinion, yes, but not in the court of law. So, ugh. But anyway, so I'm just going to, because I'm going to do my Lori Vallow AZ trial from this channel. I'm just going to keep it on this channel. Let's see how that goes. So guys, I'll see you tomorrow then. And don't forget to like and share and subscribe to my channel if you have not. Share, share, share. I need 500 subs. 500 to get me going. And of course, I need watch time, which is 3,000 hours. You know, some people can get that in one night. If they do a live and they have people come in and lots of people watching it in and out, in and out, in and out, I could get 2,000 in one stream. Just need lots of people to come in and give you the views, gives you the watch hours. Anyway, guys, see you later.